Welcome to DAX Machina. Join us as we explore the mysteries of this world. Cryptids, monsters, macabre tales, and horror stories abound. Could they be true? Are monsters real?
Good evening, folks, and thank you for joining us on another edition of DAX Machina. We're going to have a good show for you guys tonight. I think you guys are going to really enjoy it. Joining me in the studio tonight is Robbie Rip Rains. Steve and Doc are both working late tonight, so they're not going to be able to join us. First thing I wanted to do is address something before I introduce our guests. Last week we suffered a loss here at DAX Machina. Y'all know Tombstone from our chat. He lives in Australia. He passed away last week, and we'll be doing a show dedicated to him this coming Saturday. But I wanted to let everybody know that if you don't see him tonight, that's why we lost him, and his wife is still trying to figure out what happened. He just laid down, took a nap, and didn't wake up. They still don't know what caused it. He was a pretty young guy. He was way younger than me, and we don't have a whole lot of information. Hopefully, we have more to share with you on Saturday, but we are going to do a tribute show to Tomb this coming Saturday. So I hope you guys will join us for that. But joining us tonight are some guys that I've been hanging around with for a good long while. Eddie Ray Warren and Nate are from the Missouri Ghostbusters. I think I met you guys for the first time. Oh, I know I met Eddie for the first time. I think it was in 2012 at RubleCon.
Goodness, yeah,
that was my first convention as an author, and of course we've ran into each other at about 1 billion conventions after that. But these guys are the real deal. They're big Ghostbusters fans as well as horror fans. So Eddie, you guys go ahead and Nate, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about the Missouri Ghostbusters and what it is you guys do, and then we'll just kind of jump in from there.
All right, should I go first?
Age before beauty.
You're correct, sir. I'm Eddie Ray Warren. I've been part of the Missouri Ghostbusters since it started back in 2009. This year is our 15th year, which boggles my mind. We were the Ghostbusters of the Ozarks for a long while, but then our group got just a tad bigger. We started with like 5 people, and we're just about at 30 right now. And that doesn't include like family members and stuff that also have jumpsuits and all that stuff. So it's so awesome, and it's so great to be a part of something so enduring, something that keeps on a going, keeps on a ticking. I would be wearing this no matter what. Like, even if people right now are just like, man, that was way back in the 80s. What are you talking about? But go ahead, Nate.
Yep, I'm Nate Lee. Of coming up on my 5th year with the group. My wife and my daughter and I have been just about everywhere with the group since we joined. Like Eddie, I've been an active Ghostbuster fan for most of my life. Was born right in the cusp when it hit, and grew up with a single mom, not a lot of money. She had one VHS, and it was Ghostbusters, and I just warped that and have been Ghostbuster fanboy ever since. And like Eddie's.
When that first movie came out, the original Ghostbusters, I ran projector at the movie theater in my hometown. I must have actually ran that movie maybe a dozen times.
Yeah. I was one of my questions for you was going to be like, what was your first interaction? Your first interaction with Ghostbusters would have been running the projector. That's so hot.
It was a lot of fun.
But yeah, we Ghostbusters, Missouri Ghostbusters has been a nonprofit charity organization for the last 15 years. We do it primarily for the fun of it, and we can leverage that into charity and fundraising for other good causes and other fun things in the area. And like Eddie said, we coming up on our 15th year, we thought, we've been organizing meetups and events and stuff for other groups. Like, we're contacted we were contacted quite frequently of like, hey, I live up in Kansas City. Hey, I live up in St. Louis. You guys come up here. But we've known so many and connected with so many of the other groups in the Missouri area that we're like, oh, these are the guys you talk to. These are the guys you talk to. And we sort of became the central hub a little bit for organizing in Missouri. And so we sort of grew into the Missouri Ghostbusters from just sort of, central to Springfield.
Got our first question for you guys. This is DA. My first question for these guys: how's your symmetrical book stacking?
No human being stacks books like that.
Right. Yeah. I'll wait. I'll wait to start practicing after I pass on, because as we all know, no human could stack books like we've seen.
Pretty symmetrical, though. I mean,
yeah, we're super symmetrical, just horizontally as opposed to vertically.
So what got you guys into Ghostbusters of all things? I mean, it's a great movie. Don't get me wrong, but when it comes to movies with cult followings, there are a lot of movies that have a much bigger fan base. So what was it about Ghostbusters that got you guys so enthralled?
Well, a lot like what Nate said, because like you said, his mom had the VHS or whatever, but I used to live in a place called Fort Grant, Arizona, and it's basically a community around a prison. And whenever you're a kid, that's far beyond you. Like, there's still a school there, and there's still kids there, and it's still a community. So, but it was in the middle of the desert for the most part. And what we did have, though, was there was like a prison movie channel. And the officers, which my mother was one and still is one to this day, could request movies for free. And she knew I loved Ghostbusters from the beginning. Like I can't even remember when I started loving Ghostbusters, but I know that sitting there in the Arizona desert and being able to watch Ghostbusters anytime I wanted to, whenever I was a kid, like I requested that and Jaws, and that it's basically just that on a loop.
Yeah.
So
my hat's off to your mom. I was a corrections officer for 10 years. I know how hard that job is. So my hat's off to her.
Oh my goodness. No, yeah, she needs to be making a lot more than what she does.
Yeah. It as an adult, I can look back at all the things that I like about Ghostbusters and why it speaks to me. But as a kid, it was just, it felt like an adult movie, you know? As a kid, you're watching it and it's a little scary. It's a little risque. It's a little action-packed. And it feels like it was something for everybody. And it for me, it definitely felt like I was watching an adult movie. You know, it's mature content. It's big ideas and funny and jokes that I got and jokes that I didn't get. But you know, that came with time.
The old original Warner Brothers cartoons. When you're
Exactly.
a kid, you laugh at them because they're cartoons.
Yep.
When you're adult, you laugh at them for a whole different reason.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, modern cartoons are doing a lot of the same stuff. Like, you know, I watch SpongeBob with my daughter, and she laughs at the funny stuff, and I'm looking at the more, that joke was for me, the adult that's having to sit through this. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, but looking back, like Ghostbusters is a little bit scary, but not excessively so. Yeah, you've got a couple of the jump scares, you've got a couple of those high tension moments, but it eases you into it a lot. And it's a great jumping off point for horror fans or action fans, or you know, the mature comedies. Because I know I watched, you know, Caddyshack and those types of films featuring the Ghostbusters actors afterwards, and you know, it's just like, oh, this is the guy I like from that movie I like, but now I'm watching something that, you know, is a little bit more
They had
mature.
such a wonderful cast for that. I mean, some of those actors, like Rick Moranis. I mean,
Yeah.
he was just absolutely perfect for his role. And
Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray, and of course Ernie Hudson. Ernie Hudson is one of my favorite actors. Period. I loved him in Congo.
I
Oh,
was
he was
just gonna
so
say,
good in Congo.
Yep.
if you love Ernie Hudson, he's done incredible work, but his best work was as that tour guide / paramilitary guy in Congo. He's so brilliant and hilarious.
Yeah, and he asked that woman, so why did you leave the CIA? I was never in the CIA. But if you were, why would you leave?
I
loved him in
another
that
good
movie.
movie that Ernie Hudson was in.
He was the Bill Murray in that movie. He was the pompous, arrogant guy, and I loved it. Like he was the cocky one.
Yeah,
I loved Ernie Hudson in The Crow too. I mean, Ernie is just such a talented actor.
But an obscure movie that, let's see if anybody knows this. I'll be surprised if anybody knows this. Star Hunters: Adventures in the Forbidden Zone.
I've heard of it.
Ernie was in that.
Ernie Hudson was in that, and a couple more Ghostbusters in it. I'll leave that out there. Just let y'all.
Ooh.
I might have to
Give you a little,
hunt that
give you a
one up.
little tidbit.
I've heard of it. It's got such a unique name. It sticks in there, but I can't say I've ever watched it. Yeah.
Molly Ringwald's in it.
Oh wow.
Michael Ironside. Ernie Hudson.
Just good time.
Michael Ironside. There's an interesting fella.
It
Thad
is.
Brown wants to know what you guys thought of the remake.
Well, ooh.
So okay,
Be honest. I don't.
Yep.
You want me to go first? You want me to go first? Or you want to go first?
I'll go first. I've got a well-rehearsed speech for the 2016 film. It was not for me. It didn't really hit the beats or hit the story or the sort of feeling of Ghostbusters to me. But I know so many people. I've talked to so many people at conventions and parades and stuff that they watched that first and they were like, "Hey, this is all right. What are the other ones like?" And then they watched the other ones too. So even though it's not something I go back and revisit, I love that it brought people into Ghostbusters. So it's got inherent value just in there for me.
Now, when it came out, I was starving for another Ghostbusters, and I loved the new equipment. I loved the stuff that they did bring that was new, and my only disappointment. There's a few disappointments, but my biggest disappointment is that they didn't do too much new with the movie. Like the story is almost beat for beat Ghostbusters, except they're improvising through the entire movie, and it there's good improvisation when it's needed in a scene with the same kind of humor, and then there's improv that's just like modern SNL, where it's just like just keep going until it's funny, and that's what it seemed like for 2 hours to me. It's they're trying to get that, but it just didn't reach that for me. I loved all the new things, but sadly I didn't see too many new things in the 2016 movie.
My problem with
my personal opinion, the only good part of that movie was Chris Hemsworth. He was the only bright spot of that movie.
What I think is Ghostbusters 2016 failed for the same reason that the first of the new trilogy of Star Wars with Rey. I think they failed for the same reasons, because they tried to take basically the entire plot of the original and just put their own twist on it. Had they brought out an entirely new story, or had the Ghostbusters even in a different town, have them like building on the legacy, I think that could have worked as part of the franchise.
Yeah.
But the fact that, I mean, in many of those scenes in that movie, it was literally a shot for shot take that they tried to redo and recapture that humor, and you just couldn't get it, because every one of those guys were just like, in Ghostbusters were all top end comedians, best in their day, and the crew they had for 2016 just wasn't as funny.
There's a realism that's lost. In the original Ghostbusters, and Ivan Reitman says this in the commentary and in the making ofs, like, even though it's a comedy, and even though there's outlandish things going on, he tried to keep the movie as real as it could be for the stakes to be high. And also for whenever that moment when the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man comes out, that you believe that that's happening in the movie instead of just being like, okay.
Yeah.
But that realism in the 2016 movie, that's the one thing that they should have tried to get. And that's totally gone. There's a little bit of heart to the 2016 movie, but that's where Ghostbusters Afterlife succeeded. Was they pulled that realism and that heart back into the franchise. I'm so glad, because I didn't want it to end where 2016 ended. Because of, you know, all the fan base and all the anger and all that stuff. Like, I wasn't angry. I was more just disappointed.
Same here.
And we all know it's the worst when Dad's disappointed. Yeah.
Right. No, and so I'm so glad and so thankful that you know, we've got Ghostbusters Afterlife, but that it's even continuing. That it made enough money that now we've got Frozen Empire coming and all that good stuff. Like, I'm so damn excited.
So speaking of Frozen Empire, are you guys excited for this?
Nah.
Not even a little bit.
No, dude. You know what I'm most excited about is that the director and writer of the movie, he said that he based part of it off of the cartoon, or the feeling of the cartoon is etched into the new movie somewhat. Like with the new villain is maybe a little bit more towards that evil cartoony type, like, but at the same time, like, it going in a different direction. I think that they needed to do what they did with Afterlife and bring in some of those elements from the first movie just to re-establish itself, and pay homage to Harold and everything else. But now that they've reestablished everything and they've got all those new characters, like, this is the best starting off point, because now we know all the new characters. Now we know all the old characters. Like, this movie can just hit the gas running, and I can't wait. I'm excited. Like, knowing that it's the same people that made, you know, Afterlife. It's gonna be damn good.
And picking up on that same thing, and you know, DA said something about the Star Wars thing. Afterlife gave you what you wanted. You wanted to see Egon come back and get with Ray and Peter, and you wanted to see that, and they gave it to you. Go back to the end of the Star Wars trilogy. Everybody wanted to see Luke come out and just be a total badass, something that he really never got a chance to be, which they finally, in The Mandalorian, they finally gave people what they wanted. They gave Luke that, but
Luke got his hallway scene.
They wanted it in that movie, and he turned out to be a freaking hologram. And everybody was in the theater when I was at it. Everybody was just like, "What?"
The fact that the three characters didn't come back together, like the three mains,
it was a
like
major missed opportunity.
Luke, Han, and Leia not being on screen even for a little bit was a huge crime against the original fans. Now, obviously, Harold Ramis passing away made that impossible, but the guys that made Afterlife still managed to give you Ernie and Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis on the screen, all firing proton packs one last time.
When Dan gave the speech to Gozer, which was kind of a recap of the one from the original Ghostbusters, all the members of Ducks Unlimited, I started cracking up.
AARP and
leave this dimension immediately. Are you a god? Come on, Ray. Come on.
Come on, Ray.
Pivotal moment.
No, I
love that. Thank you, Miss Lene.
It'll never get old. Like that whole the last 20 minutes of the movie is damn near perfect. And I love how they scored the end of the movie like the end of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. If you watch the end of Ghostbusters Afterlife and think about the end of E.T. and how the music is and the goodbye for E.T. and everything else, it is very similar, but it hits you the same damn way. Because I can't watch E.T. because I grew up with that movie too, and not get like a little emotional, especially like as I get older, I get more emotional whenever I watch, especially all the nostalgic shit I grew up with. Pardon my French. But
well,
it
movies don't
wasn't
have the
me who
same
cussed
heart.
first. Woo!
I think I beat y'all about 10 minutes ago. Anyway,
probably yeah.
movies don't have the same heart now as they did when we were growing up.
Well,
I mean, there are good movies, but they don't put the same. A lot of movies now are just like, I just slap it on there and slap it together and get it out there so we can turn.
They go for the jump scare and the special effects. Because the writing is, and I think this is one of the things that drives me crazy about most modern movies is the writing has gotten so lazy.
Yeah.
And just Friday the 13th, that's my franchise. I love Friday the 13th. I've seen every Friday the 13th.
Big ups for Jason.
30 or 40 times probably or more. And that remake just, I didn't mind going in a different direction and saying, okay, Jason, maybe he's just this messed up country guy that's surviving in the woods. I didn't necessarily like the fact that, okay, that they took, you start taking away the mystique and explaining stuff of what, just like Rob Zombie did with Michael Myers. Don't explain why the boogeyman is the boogeyman.
Yeah.
That takes it away. But DA and I had this conversation, and I'll get on my soapbox about it if I ain't careful. Won't I, DA? But the thing is, I don't mind going in a different direction. But there were so many opportunities. And yes, K. Bowers, Part 7, Jason versus Carrie, that's my favorite too.
no shit. No, yeah. Watch this. Look, hold on. I'm gonna rip this off the wall. It's got tax on it. But check it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Like I love being in this room. I'm at arm's length to a lot of awesome stuff that I grew up with. Man, no, Part 7 is
yes.
Yeah, it's great.
That to me was probably, but see there again, that was the classic. They did what they were supposed to. They gave the fans what they wanted. They wanted somebody, because I saw Kane Hodder do an interview about it. He said they wanted somebody who could kick Jason's butt, because Jason can take it, but no human's going to be able to run around and do anything to him. No normal human.
Yep.
And the fans wanted somebody that could stand up to Jason but still be vulnerable. That's where that came in. So it was basically Jason versus Carrie.
They couldn't get Freddy at the time. Watching the documentaries and stuff. They were trying to do Freddy versus Jason then, but then they thought of what the next best thing would be, and then they brought her in, and freaking John Buechler, who's the director. Man, they rocked it, and Kane Hodder is the best in that movie as well.
Hands down. That is one of the main reasons that I hate Freddy versus Jason. Is because Kane Hodder was not Jason.
It's good, but it's
a lot of missed opportunities.
Yes,
Robbie, you should have been at Vision Con this year. Eddie and Jason Ludlam put together one badass Jason costume. It was absolutely beautiful.
You know, one of my, besides Part 7, one of my favorite Jason or Friday the 13th movies, which is not an official Friday the 13th movie, that fan movie. You ever seen it?
Lost in the Woods?
Yes. Don't hike in the woods alone or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, that is freaking amazing.
Yeah, never hike alone is what
never
it's
hike
called.
Alone.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think they came up with a second part of that because they had
Yep, it's coming out soon.
There's a Never Hike in the Snow, but then they did a Never Hike Alone 2, which I still haven't seen. I think I'm going to stay up tonight.
The original Tommy Jarvis is one of the ambulance drivers in that.
Yeah. No, it is so great. Those fan films are better than what they could pump out.
Have you seen the Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees that they fight each other?
I did.
I haven't seen that.
It's not as good as the Friday the 13th one we were talking about, but for what they were doing, the fight between Jason and Michael was amazing, and that you can tell that's where most of the scenes when it was just Jason with other people, or just Michael with other people, or the guys that were the actors were talking. You could tell that there was not a whole lot of effort, but when Jason and Michael were on the screen together, and it was a couple of brothers that did all this, I think, wasn't it?
I think
Eddie?
so, yeah.
Yeah, or whichever one of y'all saw it. But it was, or the whole family, basically, because they all had a bunch, 5 or 6 of them had the same last name. But so 2 of the brothers played Jason and Michael, and you could tell that they really, really, really put a lot of effort and time into those fight scenes and choreography and all that stuff. It was really good.
It was professionally made. Like you said, they put so much thought into it that you're watching it, and it's the same thing with the Never Hike Alone movies. Man, if they would have just stretched that out to 2 hours, they would have been some of the best Friday 13th movies. Have you seen there's a Dylan's New Nightmare out? I'm not sure if it's it's where Miko Hughes, who was the little boy in New Nightmare, he's all grown up, and they got him for the fan film. And Dave McRae plays Freddy, and he does a really amazing job. And it cuts it off too soon though. Like these fan films, like they only get so much budget and everything else. They can only make it so long, and it's only about an hour long, and the story barely gets going before it cuts off. And I'm just like, damn.
Yep.
You know, it's funny you guys were bringing up fan films, because some of these fan films, the production qualities are so good on some of these fan films. They're better than a lot of the stuff that Hollywood's turning out.
Oh yeah. Well, if you look at some of these fan trailers out there, sometimes you can't really. You have to start really looking in the description just to see, because you're like, I want to see this movie, and it's fan trailer.
One of the best examples of this is, I think it feels like it wasn't that long ago. It was probably like 10 years ago. IGN, the video gaming website that focuses on pop culture and video gaming, and they did an April Fool's trailer for Legend of Zelda, the movie, with crazy high production value. Mm-hmm. And it was hard to look at it and say, oh yeah, it's an April Fool's. But yeah, like some of the the smaller media, the shorter media, short form media is really impressive what they can do. So it makes you wonder why, if you don't have quadruple the budget, why you can't make quadruple the length and still look good and still be good. But
Tyson Mead from the audience had a question for you guys. He said, what do you all think of Event Horizon?
Well, hi, Tyson.
Shout out to the rookie.
No, yeah, he's Bobby Mead's son. We were talking about your dad earlier. I hope you don't mind.
Hey Tyson, we haven't met, but I've known your dad for a long time.
Tyson is the most energetic and passionate Ghostbuster. Like I've only re-known him because in 2009 he was in a parade with us, and now it's 2024, which boggles my mind. But now like he came back into the group, and he's already altered a proton pack to make it look like the Frozen Empire, because the Frozen Empire proton pack is a little bit different with like a yellow bumper and different things on it. He's already altered that. He's already got patches for the red parka that you see in the trailer. Yeah. Like he just having him in the group excites me that much more.
Because he's already bored to death. He's bored to death with me.
He's correcting me with the two parades.
Event Horizon was a freaking great movie, though.
Going to his question, Event Horizon is it's one of the huge crimes against cinema that it never got more.
Right, it should have had a sequel.
Like, don't explain everything, but just have more attempts to faster than light travel, and more ships get caught up in this. Oh, it's so good. It's so sad that we can't get any of the special features and the extended cuts of it because it's all lost. But Event Horizon is a beautiful piece of horror, sci-fi
terrifying.
It is so good.
Love that movie.
So, I loved Sam Neill in Jurassic Park. Like, I saw that first. I saw Jurassic Park first, and then
that's a whole other side of Sam Neill.
Right. Yeah. And it, like, watching the movie, you're like, when you start the movie, you're just thinking like, oh, I'm gonna dig him the most because I love Jurassic Park, and man, there is no reason why that man shouldn't have won awards for that movie.
Oh yeah, he delivered an amazing performance.
Where we're going, we don't need eyes.
Horror gets robbed. Like, there's so many great horror performances throughout all of history that have just been just stored away when they should have been embraced. And
Hollywood has never embraced horror. I mean, Lon Chaney Jr. got snubbed his whole career. He deserved a lot of accolades that he never got.
Yep, some of the earliest films were horror films.
Nosferatu.
Yeah, you look
Mhm.
back at the history of film, and if you want to, look down your nose at stuff, but like that's where it started. Like that was what people wanted to see, and yeah, just tear jerkers and heartstring pullers and Oscar bait, and we got great horror movies, great sci-fi, great fantasy films that are just being ignored all the time.
Eddie, I've got a question for you.
Sure.
You guys have all the proton packs, all the costumes, all the gear. What would you think of doing a fan film with the right plot?
Well, I I made a fan film back in 03. It was my first year of college. It's on YouTube.
I
It's
love that.
it's the most ridiculous thing that you'll ever see, but and it's this is the name of it, and you're gonna love the premise. Okay, the name of it is called The Invasion of the White-Faced Stalking Murderers, and
What's it about?
it's about a race of aliens that come down to Earth. They all look like Michael Myers, and it's up to 4 guys with nuclear accelerators to stop them. And all of the special effects were made in Adobe Premiere, and I'm not talking about Adobe Premiere now. This was Adobe Premiere back in 2003.
Premiere.
There's like I did lightsabers because of course like the best thing about that fan film is if you're a big movie fan, we fit so many movies into like, and it's only an hour. It's only an hour long. But like if you're a horror fan especially, like I tried to put every one of my favorite movies in there somewhere and try to make it a cohesive thing. I don't think it worked, but if you want to see like a bunch of college kids running amok with bad special effects and stuff like that, The Invasion of the White-Faced Stalking Murders. Most people don't even know.
It can't be any worse than Birdemic.
Oh man, no. No, but that's what makes Birdemic so awesome is that like
Good,
that
yeah,
they-
true. Good point.
Yeah.
One of my favorite YouTube shows besides ours, of course, is So Bad It's Good. Jason Brandt, who's another author, but they go and watch all those stupid movies. They watch Suburban Sasquatch, Birdemic, just all those kind of, and they go through and watch the movie, and then they come back and say, okay, is it so bad it's good, or is it just bad? So they got the little shit stamp or the so bad it's good stamp, and Birdemic got the so bad it's good because it's like, plot doesn't make any sense, incoherent.
Yep.
It from start to finish, you don't know what's really going on. But if you have not seen that movie, you have to watch that movie at least one time.
Yeah.
The reason I asked you about that is I actually had an idea for a Ghostbusters fan story. Obviously, I couldn't publish it, but it's something I thought about working on, and it would involve two other projects. Granted, the only way we could do it is as a fan film. But what if a crew of Ghostbusters were called in to deal with the ghost that got away in 13 Ghosts?
Oh. Was that the jackal that got away in 13
All of them
Ghosts?
got away at the end.
All of them. Yeah, that's right. So Missouri Ghostbusters, we've done a couple of quasi fan films. We've done videos for Ghostbusters News when they put out that music video. We had a couple of segments, but we basically filmed an entire music video worth of stuff for that. And we've done a couple of scripted things. We have a couple of members, shout out to Stephen Vaughn and a couple other guys who like they're pushing to sort of do some more scripted stuff. And it's never been something that we've taken all that seriously. We're just more for funsies, and we're still just big dorks who get kind of, I get kind of bashful on video and stuff. So, but yeah, the Germany Ghostbusters have done some incredible scripted fan films.
Right.
I think, and I remember there was a sort of a glut of Ghostbuster fan films for a while there on YouTube, and almost everyone.
Back in the day, You're gonna love this one because it's called Freddy versus Ghostbuster.
Yeah.
It was way like it was about when I made my thing back in 03. It was around there where Freddy versus Ghostbusters came out, and then the same guys did a damn good quality one called Return of the Ghostbusters, where it took place in Denver, Colorado, and this guy was using a trap to capture people's souls. Like people like looking into the trap into the movie, like it would actually capture your soul. And this one guy, he wasn't a spirit or anything else. He was just like taking people's souls, and it was up to the Ghostbusters to finally stop him. But that it was really good. The production's really good. The angry video game nerd cameos in that, and they even put a reference to it in the 2009 video game. Because the character was Ed Spangler, and it was like the nephew of Egon.
Yeah.
And there's a drawing behind Peter Venkman's desk in the video game where it says like to Uncle Egon from Ed.
Yeah.
So it's really good. Like the Freddy versus Ghostbusters, a little cheesy, but it's still really good for whenever it was made. I'm
I think
excited.
something like that would be awesome though, if it was done right.
No, yeah, and we could probably do a pretty good one. I've always thought about that, like doing a group fan film, like doing like if we had just a fan film called the Missouri Ghostbusters, or Missouri Ghostbusters versus
We lost
something.
Nate.
Oh no!
He froze up there for a second. See if he can get back in.
Yeah, he was kind of freezing up here and there
Yeah.
for the past couple minutes.
Speaking of movie sequels, what did you think of the newest Evil Dead movie?
Oh, it was good. It was so
I liked
good.
it. Annette and I saw it actually in the theater.
No, and it being produced by the same people, Robert Tappert, Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi, like they're taking care of their franchise. Both the remake that came out in 2013 and then the new one that just came out. Man, they're brutal, but there's that dark humor to both. And it's what Evil Dead is. The underline is like it's gonna scare the crap out of you. It's gonna disgust you in a way, and it's also going to make you laugh. And that's why,
There
like,
he is.
hey,
Sorry.
man, we got into Evil Dead.
Oh, that's fine.
No, like that's one of his favorite movies as well, too. So
Yeah. Evil Dead. I've historically said that nothing that has had that Evil Dead stamp has ever disappointed me. I've loved the terrible PlayStation games. I love the comic book, the Freddy versus Jason versus Ash versus the Army of Darkness comic books. The Fede Alvarez remake that everyone was down on. Love it.
well,
My heart. And
I haven't heard anything but love for the remake.
Yeah, I didn't have anything bad to say about it. I kind of went into it expecting it to not be good because of the way they've been doing sequels lately, but I was really pleasantly surprised. It was creepy as hell, and I loved it.
Yep.
Of course, anytime you've got Bruce Campbell involved in a project, it's probably going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
It all goes back to Congo. Bruce Campbell was in Congo. We should just talk about Congo the whole time.
Yep.
My Name is Bruce. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Yes. I know the Gwandi song by heart.
Guan Yu, Guan Mi, Guan Di.
Yes.
Nate, we could start a new game called 6 Degrees of Congo.
Oh man, yeah.
Yep.
Man, I
love doing movie association.
Yep.
Like picking, like especially now with the MCU the way it is. I mean, you can like Kong Skull Island. How many Marvel superheroes are in Kong Skull Island?
At least
Bunch.
2 off the poster. Yeah.
Nick Fury, Loki, and what's her name? I know her name. I'm just not saying it.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah. No, I love the Venn diagrams that you can do of actors who have been in Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, Star Wars, and MCU, DC. Just like, Tom Hardy is the center for all of those, by the way.
Well, look, Ben Affleck. He's been Marvel and DC. Who else was it? Chris Evans.
Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms.
The bomb and Phantom, Joe.
You guys brought up Affleck, and we brought up superhero films. What did you think of Affleck's Daredevil?
Yeah, go ahead, Nate. Go ahead.
Like 2016, I was starving for comic book adaptations. I've always been a sort of Marvel first kind of guy. And when we've got Spider-Man hitting, we've got X-Men hitting, and we've got Daredevil. I'm like, oh man, Daredevil. I love Daredevil, but before that and before some of the other like the television show, you talk to anybody, you say, hey, and Daredevil from the comics, and they're like, who the hell is Daredevil? But
I was a big Daredevil fan, especially Frank Miller's run on Daredevil. Daredevil was the bomb when Frank Miller was on that.
Yeah.
When I first heard they were doing a Daredevil movie, I heard they had Ben Affleck. I'm like, I don't know. But I was so excited. And in that movie, there were shades of that Frank Miller Daredevil, and that you could see pieces of that Frank Miller Daredevil.
I think Affleck
really fully materialized.
Affleck was a good Matt Murdock.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't like his Daredevil, but I think he played good, or did good as Matt Murdock. But see, conversely, I think he did better as Batman than he was Bruce Wayne.
Jennifer Garner was a terrible Elektra.
Yep. Yeah, we can agree with it.
There was a director's cut.
Cringeworthy.
There was a director's cut of Daredevil that came out on DVD like the year after or whatever, and it was a bit better. And I'm not gonna lie, I rocked that soundtrack pretty hard when it came out.
You were woke up inside, huh?
I was, yeah. Yeah.
They had a good soundtrack.
Yeah. I don't think they. Oh, sorry.
And there were a couple of moments in that movie where I really got excited. I mean, where Affleck was really feeling that Frank Miller Daredevil. It's like, you see that light? That's not heaven. That's the A train.
Yep. Or when he spoilers, when he breaks both of Kingpin's knees in one kick, it's like, oh, that's Daredevil.
That was classic Daredevil.
Yeah, and so I don't think the movie was a little stinky, but I don't think they did Daredevil dirty like some of the other adaptations have done the characters really dirty. Elektra. So,
but speaking of Daredevil, Colin Farrell, another dual DC and Marvel.
Bullseye
Marvel, and the Penguin in the new Batman movie.
Oh yeah,
I like Colin Farrell. He's a good actor.
I like now that he's gotten his shit together. He's kind of just chill out. I'm gonna do cool acting, guys. I'm not gonna be a weirdo.
I didn't even. I mean, I knew it was him, but I did not recognize him in that Penguin get up. I was like, I know that's Colin Farrell, but that doesn't look anything like him at all.
No, he did damn good. I love that new Batman.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to hate it because I don't like Robert Pattinson, but I actually walked out of there thinking, damn it, I liked it.
For me personally, I think Bale did the best as Batman, and that's just, it might be an unpopular opinion, because Bale is the only one that really seemed to grasp that Bruce Wayne never came home.
Yeah,
Bruce Wayne was a mask that Batman wore, not the other way around.
Yeah,
so that scene where Ra's al Ghul shows up at Wayne Manor and he's walking along, it's like you see him, he's heading for the party to get out there, and the face is 100% Batman. And the second he cleared the door, Bruce Wayne. I mean, I was like, he hit that just dead on, and he's the only one that got it. He's the only one that got that Batman. That Batman was Batman. Bruce Wayne was the mask he wore.
Yeah. There's this great bit in one of the more recent Justice League comics, and I'll get off Batman because I know we're a horror podcast, but
Batman's not horror.
Batman's a little. Well, horror Scarecrow has added beautiful horror too, but it flashes back
for a reason.
it flashes back to one of the first meetings of Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman for the origin of the Justice League, and Wonder Woman sticks out her lasso of justice or lasso of truth, and they all grab it and they speak their real names, and she's like Diana Prince or Diana Themyscira, and it's like Clark Kent, Kal-El, Batman. That's my real name. That's what you're gonna get. So
Yeah, he is Batman.
So Mr. Keaton, what are your thoughts on this disparaging of your legacy as Batman?
Well, I feel like there's only one Batman, and it is me. It's always been me. And the fact that you guys think that Christian Bale has nothing on Michael,
you can't even understand him when he talks. Yeah,
Batman. No, and seriously though, I still keep going back to the Keaton Batman, and I love Christian Bale. I love a bit of what Ben Affleck did. I love what Pattinson did. But man, every time I go back to Keaton, like there's something hidden in his Bruce Wayne. Like, and you can see that he's trying as Bruce Wayne to hide something with the people that he's closest to. And like, I get that. Like, he is to me, like, you were saying that with Christian Bale, but I feel that with Keaton. I feel like he's the closest one to where you see that Batman is who he is. And then whenever he goes to Bruce, he feels so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can see that. 'Cause
this is how, in personal opinion, best Bruce Wayne, in my opinion, was Christian Bale. Just Bruce Wayne. I think Christian Bale, like for DA's reasons, he got that whole Bruce Wayne is the mask type thing. So I think Christian Bale was the best. I think Ben Affleck was the best Batman. But Michael Keaton, in my opinion, was the best all around.
Yeah,
hit the nail on the head.
I agree.
Okay.
You know, Bale may have done some better things as Bruce Wayne, and Affleck may have done some better things as Batman, but just on those opposite ends of the spectrum. When you put Michael Keaton in there,
before we go into Deadpool 3, because I see the comment there, the only thing that the Christian Bale Batmans were missing was Huey Lewis in the News.
Well, okay. Has everybody seen the new Flash movie?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
I didn't watch it.
Do you want to watch it? Do you care about spoilers, DA? Because I've got to ask a question.
You're not going to spoil anything for me because I can't stand Ezra Miller.
All right, Eddie, Nate. Yeah, I can't either, but I'm a superhero fan, so I had to watch it. Morbid curiosity. Yeah. All right. What's y'all's opinion on the ending of the movie with all the stuff, and then who ended up being? Were you as sick to your stomach as I was?
Well, no. Like, I had the ending ruined for me. Like, if you're on social media at all and you're a nerd, like we all are. I'm sorry, guys. Like, before the movie was released, because I was there opening night for The Flash, because man, I cosplay as Jack Nicholson's Joker. I freaking love Tim Burton's Batman so much that whenever they said they were bringing him back, man, I was there opening night with my friend Michael Decker and Brandon Lawthorne. Like, we were just watching that movie first off, but at the same time, like, knowing that it's not what DC's gonna be, that was the hardest thing too. Is like, no matter how many little zings and everything else that they put in there, you knew that this was it. That there wasn't going to be anything afterwards because they're totally redoing all of the DC. So no, having spoilers, having Clooney step out at that last moment, dude, I laughed pretty hard, even though I knew it was coming. Like, the look on his face and the look on Ezra Miller's face, because he was trying to fix everything and everything ended up not being fixed. But what makes me disappointed is that they filmed that ending with Keaton, and they filmed it with the girl, the Supergirl was going to be there with them and everything else. And it was basically going to be like, are you ready for your next mission type thing? When it was going to, like, Michael Keaton was supposed to be the Nick Fury of the new DC, and that's totally shot now. And I don't get my Keats. My Keats is good.
Yeah. So
and see, that's what I'm talking about. It's like I saw. I'm kind of in one of those love-hate relationships with what's his name?
Clooney.
Not Clooney.
Kilmer?
Nicolas Cage. You know, he did an interview talking about he was in there in the studio for 2 hours filming his scene with his Kevin Smith Superman, that, you know, that movie that never happened. And he was like, he said, you know, I'm an actor, I do what I'm told. And he said, but I was in there for 2 hours in this suit, fitted for this suit for 2 seconds, and my character never said a word. He said, I'm fighting a spider, and I turn around and look. And he said,
yeah.
So,
but like, and it goes to like, I liked the addition of Clooney at the end of The Flash for one particular reason, that Clooney was an actor. He did his job. He was exactly what he's supposed to do. But he gets talked about how he killed the Batman franchise for a while. George Clooney didn't do anything to Batman. He just came in and acted the way he was told to act. And he is morose as hell over, like, I can't believe it. I'm sorry. Like, don't apologize, George Clooney. So I like the addition of George Clooney. Of like,
he was no worse in that movie than Arnold Schwarzenegger was.
No, and he was worse.
Everybody in that movie sucked. I'm sorry.
Dang!
He was no worse. He was no worse than what Val Kilmer did with the nipples, even though Val Kilmer didn't do it. You know, it's not their fault.
See,
but
I actually enjoyed Val. I'm a Val Kilmer fan anyway.
Yeah,
back from Top Gun, and you know, Top Secret. You know, I've been a Val Kilmer fan ever since Top Secret. I love that movie. That movie was hilarious.
Love it.
Great
And
film.
Yeah, the underwater bar fight scene is classic.
Dude, the Zuckers back then were just on top, man.
But yeah, I actually enjoyed Val Kilmer as Batman. Now, he's not in my top, but I like Val Kilmer, and I think he did a good Bruce Wayne. His Batman needs some work.
Yeah. His Bruce Wayne was very much like sort of you kind of got the hints of the flowiness of Batman, but he was like just bringing it back. He was
he hit on that Playboy side of it. The rock star.
Val Kilmer is a great actor, but he was more Batman in The Saint than he was in Batman.
Yep.
Good point.
Yeah, I saw
The Saint was a great film.
Yeah,
but Deadpool 3 was a question that
Deadpool 3. Sorry, Randy. We got back to it eventually.
I'm excited as hell. Ryan Reynolds is consistently funny. It's the bromance between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds that we've gotten to watch in like social media and stuff has been perfect, and I'm excited that they get a chance to play that out. Those two characters that are like that.
I'm worried about the new one because Disney has a tendency of turning good intellectual properties to crap.
Well,
I'm really afraid that Deadpool 3 is going to suck.
I was afraid only because of the writers' strike that was going on. Because when they were filming originally, they couldn't improvise as much because they had to stick to what they were doing because it would go against code or whatever to improvise. But then, as soon as the strikes were over, they went right back to filming. And from what I've read, they've refilmed a lot because when they were filming, they would think of all this stuff that, of course, like Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool, they're just going to be spouting stuff. No, I have faith in Ryan Reynolds. He's always been passionate with that character, and he's always even before Deadpool, like he was the cheerleader for it for so many years. And didn't he just like, I don't know if it was the Golden Globes or Emmys or whatever, but didn't he show up with the Deadpool head on or something? Like the fact that man, like, he's gone to hospitals with the outfit on and everything else. I don't think that he's going to try to churn out something mediocre. I think that he's because both Deadpool 1 and 2 have knocked it out of the park. I loved them both.
There are very few people that in superhero roles that you feel like were just made for that part.
Yep.
Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool is just one of, if you are a comic fan and you know anything about Deadpool, that's Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. J.K.
Merc
Simmons as
The
J.
Merc
Jonah
with the mouth.
Jameson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And
you know,
yeah.
to me, Christopher Reeve is Superman.
Yep.
That
Oh yeah, you totally.
as good as Henry Cavill looks in that Superman outfit, as as jacked and as cut up as he is, Christopher Reeve, just look at the old Superman comics, and you look at that, and you look at Christopher Reeve in that suit. I can remember going and watching that at the theater when I was a little kid. It come out in what, 75, I think,
Something like that.
so I was 2 or 3 years old when it came out, so I barely remember, but I remember that, and I just remember looking up and thinking, "Oh, that's Superman," because he.
Yep.
He just looked like it.
They didn't draw Superman for a long time as rippling muscles on hard muscles. He was slim, and he was
not a small dude either. He was
No.
65, I think.
But
Yeah.
But no, the hopeful naivety, the sort of perpetual optimism, the pleasantness, everybody matters kind of.
But think about what we were talking about earlier about nobody has ever got Clark Kent and Superman almost dead accurate 100% like Christopher Reeve did.
Oh, yeah.
You believed he was Clark Kent,
Right.
and then you believed he was Superman.
Klutzy and awkward,
Henry Cavill is not Clark Kent.
No.
He might be an amazing Superman, but you cannot look at him and think bumbling, goofy reporter. But you could look at Christopher Reeve and think that the way he played it. But you can also buy him as the Man of Steel. And nobody has been able to do that.
No, the alleyway scene, like right off the bat when Lois first meets Clark and they're coming out, and the robbers trying to get the purse or whatever, and then he's just like, Lois, you want to go? Like his character of Clark is perfect, catching the bullet, falling down, and then she goes like, Clark, and she thinks he's shot, and he's just like, oh golly, I guess I fainted. And then she walks away like annoyed, and he looks at the bullet in his head, and then looks up and smirks. It's perfect, like that Richard Donner Superman, and everything Christopher Reeve did is. I grew up with that almost before I did Michael Keaton, so.
I like the scene where the guy hits him in the back of the head with the tire iron, and he turns around and looks at him and goes, "Bad vibrations."
The guy's climbing up doing the cat burger. He's climbing up. Superman standing on the building, looking at him like this.
Yeah, something wrong with the elevator? Yeah, it's so good.
The closest one to him is Dean Cain on
Lois and Clark, the Adventures of Superman. Yeah.
Now, Tyler Hoechlin's done a pretty good job in Superman and Lois.
I agree. My daughter's gonna hate me, but like the CW DC stuff is always sort of like whatever. And so when they did the Superman Lois with those characters sort of moving forward, I was like, whatever. But I watched that. He's so good.
Yeah, he is.
So earnest and heartwarming. And I think rather than focus on the grim, dark grittiness of the DC universe, they do a really good job on that of like, it's Superman, man. It's going to be okay.
Going back to perfect characters, and we're going to stick with Superman, Michael Rosenbaum as Lex Luthor. To me, I think that they did it perfect in that, like, he's a friend of Clark's. Like, I know it's not with comic book, but the fact that, like, there's that eventual, like, you see his progress. You already know that he's very smart and that he's got a twisted family, he's got that upbringing. Like, the way Rosenbaum did it in that slow pace of the Smallville show, I think is brilliant. And like I love Tom Welling as well on that show, but at the same time, like I'll go back and rewatch especially like clips and scenes of Rosenbaum as Lex Luthor because of like I think that he freaking nailed it.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I do too. I think he played it in a way. I mean, Gene Hackman's a great actor, but
Yeah.
Gene Hackman
Yeah.
he was Gene Hackman playing a. You didn't, you know what I mean? It just he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't take that character and where you could say
Well,
he
and
could have been.
you've
He
got
was a generic bad guy.
Yeah, you've got versions of Lex that fall into that. You've got versions of Lex like Eddie in some old comics. Lex was friends with Superboy, and like Lex was trying to figure out at one point in the comics how to save Superboy from kryptonite, and that was the experiment that like blew off his hair and drove him crazy. So we have all these different versions and different retellings of the story that you can have the Gene Hackman and that be like everybody's this is my Doctor Who or this is my Batman. You can have Gene Hackman be your Lex Luthor. You can have Smallville Lex be your Lex. You can have and that's what's great about comics and what's also terrible about comics.
I hope people are disappointed. I hope people are disappointed that we only talked about Ghostbusters for like 10 minutes. Like, because people are just
we can circle back. It's not like we've got it's not like we've got a script we're sticking to. We can circle back to Ghostbusters at any time.
No, I'm liking this. Like, the great thing about especially the Missouri Ghostbusters is that we are all lovers of every fandom. Like, there's always somebody in the group that you can talk horror movies with, and there's somebody in the group that you talk Marvel with, or DC with, or all the nostalgic movies, all the new movies, like all the old TV shows. It is so great. We talk about charity and how we do things for charity and things like that. The main reason why we're in a group, folks, is so we can hang out. So we can have that excuse to leave the house and be like, oh, I would do that, honey. I would do the dishes, but I got this event thing that I need to go do. And it's you're hanging with friends. And to be honest, she's part of the group too, so she'll go with me. But it is such a great excuse to hang out with friends. And when you become that group, you become closer friends, and a lot of the members of the group, including Nate, I think of as family. Like we give each other Christmas presents, and their kids have been with my kids at sleepovers and everything else. Like,
sounds awful familiar, don't it, Da?
Wait, what?
That's the same with us. I mean, we enjoy this show, but Da says, I don't know how many times I've heard him say it. I could care less if we make money on this show or not. This is an excuse for me to sit down, talk about the book, hang out with you, or me and Doc and Steve, and
talk
just
about
talk
movies and horror and all the crazy shit that we enjoy.
Yeah, and like we, it's sometimes a little bit shocking because there are other groups. I'm not going to be naming names that like, oh, you don't want to talk about this thing that we're doing. Well, you can, we're not part of the conversation. But we have people come up to us all the time, like, hey. I don't really know much about Ghostbusters. And is it anything like this? And we've seen all the animes and all the movies and all the comedies and all the comic books, and so we were like, oh yeah, we love that thing. That's perfect. It's a perfect sort of like, Ghostbusters is like,
right,
that thing you like, or it's not really, but if you like this thing of this fandom that you're a part of, you might really enjoy Ghostbusters. And
best thing about Ghostbusters is it has everything. It really does. Like, it's got comedy, it's got horror, it's got adventure, it's got fantasy in it. And even for those more religious folks, that references that too. I have a very religious sister, and I remember being a kid and tried to convince her to watch the movie. And that was like my thing, is just like they quote the Bible. Which that's a stretch. It's a very that's where I'm stretching it. But no, it's I'm reading the comment. I totally got lost. Do you have the the Ghostbusters ever been true ghost hunting? Yes, we sure have.
That would be fun, going ghost hunting with the Ghostbusters.
Like there's cosplay, and then when you're wearing this and you're in a legit haunted place, I'll go ahead, Nate, because I've got a story, but my story is going to be a little bit,
So I haven't ever been with the group, but I have when I was younger. I went. I lived in Joplin. We did the Joplin Spook Light and a bunch of the other stuff there. And I know the group has, which Eddie can speak more to because I think he's been in all of them. It's the most asked question at conventions is like, you guys do this for real? And like we would love to, personally, I think we would love to promote and be a part of that, but oh man, that's a whole can of worms that is hard to balance, like trying to take that seriously as well as doing what we do. But I know, Eddie, you can speak to it. The Crescent and some of the other places that have asked us around.
No, I'm going to name drop Austin Hubbard. We've got a member in our group his name is Austin Hubbard, and he collects all the local lore books, like all the books that you would pass in a gas station that says like Missouri Ghosts. He's got all of those books, and he's been studying this stuff since he was a kid. And we were at the State of the Ozarks Festival in Hollister, and this older guy came up to us because Austin had made this big like chart of all this local folklore for the table, which I freaking love. We need to bring it back because it got shredded and all this stuff. He left it in my garage, which was the biggest mistake ever. But the guy was in charge of events at the Crescent Hotel in Eureka Springs. And if you don't know, the Eureka Springs Crescent Hotel is supposedly one of the most haunted places in America, so much so that they do ESP weekend every February. And so he was just like, look, we bring in all these psychics and these paranormal investigators to come into the Crescent Hotel every February. We want the Ghostbusters there. And at that time, there weren't a lot of people in the group, and me and Austin, member, his name is Pat, sweetheart of a man, Aaron, we all got to go to the Crescent Hotel during ESP weekend. And what's great is we did the skit in front of all these psychics or whatever, and all the paranormal investigators, and they knew we were there to lighten the mood. They wanted us to be there to be funny, but nothing is as authentic as having a proton pack on, wearing this suit, and walking through the hotel while other people are trying to hunt for ghosts. I wish I was a smoker, because I would have had that cigarette hanging out of my mouth. Just go like, yeah, it's all right. We already got it. But I'm going to tell a story real quick. One night we were down in the morgue, and in the morgue we it was like 3 a.m, and we had the oh, come on, Nate. Detector goes from red to green.
EMF, electromagnetic field.
EMF reader. The EMF would go to red every time we cussed in the morgue. And the very next night, a man named Bud something. He's an author as well. Writes stuff for paranormal, everything around in the country. I wish I could remember his last name. Maybe it'll come up. But he had the Ovulus. And the Ovulus pulls basically words out of the air. Like
it's spirit box or ghost boxes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
one of those.
Yeah.
Right. No, but he would put it to the ground in the morgue, and you would get words like cold, sad, stuff like that. And I went, Bud, come over here, because like they don't like it over here whenever you cuss. And so I kept using the F word and everything else, and being like, come on, aren't you gonna like? And I just kept provoking it, and then the machine called me a mother effer, And then Bud leaned into me and he goes, "I didn't teach it those words." And my instant, and I'm dressed like this. I'm dressed in the Ghostbuster outfit, and I instantly just start provoking it more. And then the machine goes, "Fool," which I didn't really see anything in the Crescent that totally scared me, but that was to this day, like, I find that just amusing. I'm not really sure how exactly the Obulus works, but it worked well enough for me to at least have that story for the rest of my life. I love it. Like, any chance that anybody listening, if there's anybody that would want the Missouri Ghostbusters, any kind of paranormal thing, or want us to just go check it out, even though we really can't do anything, we're totally game. Like, it's just fun. It's always fun. We're interested.
Yeah.
What about cryptids?
So, my daughter is
with us.
my daughter is a cryptids expert. I somehow lucked out in that her favorite topic on the planet are things like Bigfoot and Momo and that kind of stuff. So I was super excited when I was looking at your backlog of stuff you discussed on this particular podcast. I was like, oh boy, here we go. I love cryptids. I love the concept of either what we should actually be afraid of, or the things that have stems from real fears that we've turned into fun and interesting stories. One of my favorite quotes, my wife always gets on to me because, there's not a lot of science to back it up, but the uncanny valley, that concept that we get uncomfortable with things that are just slightly different, but not quite. The uncanny valley existing sort of perpetuates the idea that at some point in our evolution, we needed to be scared of something that looked human but wasn't. And so that's always...
We have discussed that exact thing many times.
And so that's that little kernel of an idea is why things like, skinwalkers and Bigfoot and all these things that are the cryptids that are part of our living sort of lore are super, super exciting to me. Yeah.
Do you guys ever watch the Ryan and Shane Ghost Files, stuff like that, on YouTube? Well, they did one for Goatman, which is just Goatman's Bridge in Texas, and there supposedly is a demon that's like a goat that, you go on the bridge and it tries to kidnap you or whatever. But we went to Texas Frightmare a couple years ago, and me and my wife actually got to dance on Goatman's Bridge, which was pretty awesome.
You say Goatman, I always think of Jim Brewer from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Yeah, I freaking love it. I love I grew up with SNL as well. My daughter was Mothman for Halloween a couple years ago.
That's awesome.
She had a Mothman plush, and she basically told her mom, my wife, like, I want to look like this, and so Robin, my wife, made her a Mothman outfit, and it's freaking awesome.
Yeah. When I was younger, we had these. My wife can tell me the name of the books, but there's these tall black books with silver letters on the spine. It was like Cryptids of the Northwest, UFOs of America, and we had just a big long
Was that Time Life series on the Strange and Bizarre?
Let me turn around real quick.
I think I had those books.
What's the name of that?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Sorry.
Yeah,
there was a Time Life series of books on Mysteries of America.
Time Life, Mysteries of the Unknown.
Yeah, at one point I had those books. I wish I still did.
Did they do one on the Men in Black as well?
Yeah.
Okay, then I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I would get them from my local library because they had the full set. My mother-in-law actually has the full set up in her library, and I always sort of pull one out, and that's what got me started on the more real horror of looking into that. So yeah, I love this stuff. So
yeah, we need to take them out in the woods sometime, DA.
Hell yeah.
No. If I hear
Oh, yeah.
banjos, I'm running.
Well, don't worry, we don't go unarmed. Robbie's still a cop. I'm a retired cop. You know,
Okay, good.
we go out in the woods. We're prepared for just about anything. But I took Robbie. Robbie was in town a couple months ago, and we went down to the old abandoned Joe Bald campground and had some pretty good stuff happen. So I'd love to take you guys out.
Yeah,
Dude,
my current.
let me know. Like, especially like I like to say during spooky season, but all year long it's spooky season here at the Warren
I'm
House.
right there with you.
Yeah.
Every season is horror season.
Yeah.
Apparently, Dan Aykroyd is big into the paranormal and UFOs and cryptids.
Yes, sir.
I see Steven's comment too. No, yeah, about the Men in Black. Did you hear about Dan Aykroyd talking about his Men in Black sighting?
Very recently, right? It was the last couple days.
The last couple years, yeah. Like he was gonna have an alien show or whatever, and he kept seeing like this weird black vehicle pull up, and Men in Black, but like the real Men in Black apparently are like taller, pale. They wear the suits, but they've got like, the Blues Brother type black hats.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, Dan Aykroyd swears that his alien show didn't make it because the Men in Black interfered with it.
Well, and he also he cites like real life experiences and extensive research that he's done into the paranormal as a lot of the basis that kickstarted the Ghostbusters. And he is like, I was always fascinated with the concept of breaking down the ghost into the basic particles and all that. And
well, his dad, right? His dad and his family were big paranormal investigators within themselves, and his dad has a book, which I need to acquire, about the paranormal and everything else. I can't believe I don't have it.
I need to get a copy of that.
No, yeah, his oh man, what's his dad's name? Steven in the comments. What's his dad's name?
Yeah, there's a delay, so you might want to.
There's about a 10-second lag.
No, yeah, but it's awesome because I got to meet Aykroyd. Oh man, now 11 years ago, he was signing Crystal Head vodka at a Sam's Club in St. Louis, and
cool.
No,
I don't like vodka, but I want a bottle of that.
Yeah.
No, and when you looked up the event, they swore it was like you couldn't bring merchandise or anything like that to get signed. He was just signing Crystal Head, but like me and my brother went like this. My wife was with me; she's very pregnant at the time. But he wrote on my brother's dash because my brother had a Dodge Magnum, which is still in the group, by the way. That was decked out as an Ecto 1, and Dan Aykroyd wrote ASPR, or like, but it's like Astro. It's an abbreviation for whatever his dad was doing, and he wrote that on the dash with his signature, which I thought that he's so into it and so into that he puts that in his signatures as well. And it's so awesome. Like as people say how nutty he is and everything else later in life, I love that man. Like him, Bruce Campbell, spirit animals of mine.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Ghostbusters, and I know you and I kind of talked about this off the air a little bit, but I personally think, and I know Slimer was always meant to be Belushi, but I think the Scoleri brothers were supposed to be the Blues Brothers.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Did the Blues Brothers murder anybody that would have?
Nope, they did go to prison.
They did
go to prison.
They didn't get the chair though.
No, but according to the second Blues Brothers film, Jake did die in prison.
Yeah. He did die, but not in the chair.
Yeah.
And please don't bring up the second Blues Brothers ever again. The soundtrack is phenomenal. I can listen.
The soundtrack is fantastic.
Blues Brothers 2000. The soundtrack is great, but
what's wrong with John Goodman? Tell me right now.
Nothing.
No, you said it's all his fault.
And John Popper and Blues Traveler had a cameo in that movie. I'm a huge fan of Blues Traveler.
We can't get it. That's a whole nother hour. Like we cannot start the Blues Brothers 2000 conversation.
Dude, yes we can. We got plenty of time. We can go all night if we need to.
We're going back to the Scoleri brothers. The Scoleri brothers, they resemble the Blues Brothers, and because they resemble the Blues Brothers, there are websites, Ghostbuster websites, that say that they're modeled after the Blues Brothers, but I've never heard Dan say it, and I've never
needed.
No, it's not in the commentary at all. Like if anybody could like bring that up to me as far as like somebody legit from the movie saying that they were modeled, because Aykroyd has always said that Slimer is Belushi, and so like that's not a theory. It's not something that people are like having the second guess. We know that Slimer is supposed to be at least a model of the ghost of Bluto from Animal House. Whereas like,
can you tell me what I am now?
No, but Dan is the most open person ever. Like he going for a Ghostbusters 3, he was always the first one to be like, oh yeah, we started a new script. It's written by these guys. Blah 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 blah.
There's no mystery with Dan Aykroyd.
Right.
Hey, so what was this? Here's exactly what I was thinking when I was in that particular moment, right in that particular thing. Here's all the details about it. Yeah.
So if there was a Blues Brothers connection, I think Dan would have said something. I think.
Although,
been like
devil's advocate here, like. Would that be something that Dan? Well, yeah. So Dan has no problem talking himself up either. So I can't even play that because I was to say, well, it would be basically promoting himself as because he was one of the Blues Brothers. But Dan has no problem doing that either. So it would we'd hear about it.
No, yeah, he. I think it's a cool idea, and I think that they do like I bet if anybody said it, it was probably the model makers and the special effects people that made the Scoleri brothers. Like they probably did. Like because you see the Scoleri brothers, they do resemble them, but at
one's
the same
one's
time,
fat and short, the other one's tall and skinny.
Well,
Right.
There's all in the movie industry do stuff like that all the time.
Mhm.
I mean, like you look at numbers of lockers, and especially like in superhero movies, like we're talking about earlier, with all the different multiverses and things like that.
Yeah.
Those little Easter eggs they hide in the background.
They do stuff like that all the time. So if it is, it probably, like you said, it's somebody in the background of the industry that's throwing their own little homage in there. Hey, this is Dan Aykroyd. We know this is supposed to be Belushi. We'll make the Scoleri brothers modeled after the Blues Brothers. It's not official, but but everybody knows it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Miss Naoma says if you happen to be in downtown Rock Island, Illinois, you'll find statues of Jake and Elwood sitting on a bench in the district.
I've seen pictures of it. And
next time I'm up that way, I'm gonna have to get some pictures.
Yeah.
I love how much they're idolized. Man, I wish I could have been around when they were like when Belushi was alive, when they were touring and all of that stuff, because they were at the height of it, man, and the SNL circuit. Like whenever their musical guest wouldn't come on, they would just put the Blues Brothers on. It was like, oh, that guy didn't show up. Like, go out there, guys. And they freaking rocked it more than and the SNL band, like the freaking Blues Brothers band, SNL band at that time, so good. That music, it'll be with me till the day I die. There's moments throughout the week where I'll be like, I think it's time for the soundtrack, or I think it's
Great soundtrack.
It's awesome. The movie is damn near perfect to me. Like Ghostbusters is a damn near perfect movie as well, but Blues Brothers is like that for me as well. As I think a lot of that has to do with me growing up with it, but.
And that's why you don't like the second one, because the second one's kind of a hot mess.
Well, it was supposed to be a darker movie. The script for it is really dark, and because Aykroyd in the movie originally, Elwood was supposed to see the ghost of Jake, and it would always be
Was he green and did he have a fat butt?
No. Would have been. It would
Jake
great.
yet.
No, it would have been great. Like Slimer rolls up. No, it just. I don't know. Everything about Blues Brothers, the first one, like, is so chaotic, but it's on the cusp, and Blues Brothers 2000, as great as that soundtrack is, you're watching the movie, and nothing seems to connect. Like the story in part one, it connects with the music, it connects with the songs, to where you're just as interested in the story as you are wanting to hear the awesome music. Whereas in Blues Brothers 2000, like, the segues between what's supposed to be story and the music is just, man, it is the biggest hot mess ever. Like, my biggest issue with the movie, and I was this close to asking Aykroyd this whenever I saw him in St. Louis, because I was just like, what do I tell him? What do I say to him? And the thing that's been in the back of my mind since Blues Brothers 2000 is the end of the movie is he gets the Macaulay Culkin clone into the car, and he's just like, he's like, the Lord works in mysterious ways, doesn't it, Elwood? And he goes, yep. And there's a bunch of cops finally after him. Like, the end of the movie is just like Blues Brothers, where there's a bunch of cops after him. But imagine in the first Blues Brothers, if Belushi and them had left their final concert and the cops were chasing them, and then the movie ends. That's what Blues Brothers 2000 does. Is that, like, you're finally just like, oh, yeah, okay. It's like, I know that, like, there's some similarities here. Is like, what's going to happen between Elwood and the kid and the cops? And then the movie ends. And it seems like, because the length of the movie is ridiculously shorter as well. So, to me, there's always been, like, this missing ending in the back of my head. Like, even the ending credits. Back then, there weren't, like, many ending credit things. The end of the credits has the car and all the police after him. And you're like, okay, all right. And then it just fades out. God, like,
Well,
yeah,
I've got nothing to add.
Speaking of things that connected and getting Eddie off this so he can calm down, is there a bigger connected universe that's really not talked about than the Stephen King universe in his books and his movies?
Oh man, I don't.
I'd like to think
so.
I give him a run for his money.
Well, yes, you do, but you don't have the movies yet, so that's why I brought him up.
Yeah.
I would love to have those.
I made it through all I believe 8 volumes of the Dark Tower, and so I count myself as the constant reader that he always refers to in his openings. It's hard to compare when he's like, even now he's linking stuff up. I'm pretty sure Dr. Sleep links stuff up between
Dr.
The
Sleep
Shining.
links to The Shining.
Yeah,
because that's what.
And then the Captain Trips when Roland and his quartet are going through all the various things, and Christine and Hearts in Atlantis and From a Buick 8,
Silver Bullet, and the Night Flyer, and they all take place in Maine.
If not Maine, I think my wife and I were actually looking at this the other day. If not Maine, then I think like somewhere near Detroit, and then Desperation takes place in the desert, as I recall. But pretty much those 3 locations are where Derry or
Parker's Mills, where Silver Bullet took place. Derry was and
and
Night Flyer That was somewhere in Maine.
They referenced Derry and Tommy Knockers, which is a book about aliens. It's like,
did we miss a question that came up?
Yeah.
I was gonna get back to that.
No,
The question was, which Ghostbusters characters do y'all most resonate with, or which you most like?
Oh wow. Well, first off, we'll answer that here in 1 second. What did you guys think of the man,
you're gonna beat yourself up when this comes to you later.
No, the why can't I think of the town? The Rock. What's it called?
Oh, Castle Rock.
Castle Rock. I want to say Crystal Rock, but I'm stuck on Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Head Vodka.
Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake. No, Castle Rock. The show. What'd you think of it?
I liked it. I like what I saw of it. I haven't watched it in its entirety, but I do like. Yeah, it is this beautiful, connected, weird sort of sequence, and he has a very consistent voice. Stephen King does, so you can take a character from one book and shove it in a situation in another book, and they don't seem like they're from different worlds because he has that very consistent way of describing everything. So
I like their. Oh, go ahead, Robbie.
I was just gonna say. When we're talking about that, Stephen King, it's like they all take place in the same universe, and you may get one little reference here and there from here to there that references is like you were talking about Tommy Knockers and things like that. But this guy right here has got 29 books in print.
30.
30. I forgot about the last one that just come out. 4 different series.
7 series.
And they're all connected. But I don't mean just connected by a little word here or a little reference there. I'm talking like characters from one series will show up in the other series. And it totally... I told him, I kidded around with him one time. I said, your writing room has gotten like one of them old 1980s detective movies where you go in and there's the red strings that are all over the place and it looks like a freaking spider web. He's like, I take a lot of notes.
My wife makes fun of me because if I start, like, I do books in each series in rotation. Like for example, when I was getting ready to write the most recent Lakeview Man, I went back and pulled the first book of the Lakeview Man series and was sitting in my recliner reading it. She goes, "Why are you reading your own book?" I'm like, "Honey, I got 20 some books out. I don't remember every detail. I need to get this back in my head before I write the next one."
Old me wrote something. Current me does not remember a damn thing about it.
And I tell you, when you've got people that enjoy these books, and I'm sure Stephen King has the same thing. If you get a detail wrong, they will point it out.
Yep.
All right, DA, which Ghostbuster are you?
I would say probably more of. I think I would most resonate with Aykroyd. I'm definitely not a Venkman. He is way more outgoing and funny than I am. I'm more of the always thinking about angles. So I would say I'm definitely in the solid camp of me being an Aykroyd type character.
Yeah,
Robbie, what are you?
Venkman all day. That's my personality. When it's time to work, I take the stuff seriously. But other than that, I try not to take things too seriously and just let it roll off my back. But when it's time to go, it's time to go. And I think that's kind of the same way he is.
Yeah.
Because he was the class clown, the goofball, and the screw up, and all that, all the way up to the very end when it was time to really get serious. And he's there. And
I love that scene in the hotel when we're on the radios. He's an ugly little spud, isn't he? Ray, he's looking right at me.
I think he can hear you, Ray.
Yeah, I think you hear
that,
Ray.
and that would be probably the identical conversation me and him would have on the radio.
Shut up.
DA,
We're gonna do this different. You ready?
Only in that situation, Robbie would just turn the radio off.
No, Nate, I'm gonna tell you what Ghostbuster you're more like. and
Okay.
then you're gonna tell me which one I'm more like.
All right. Do I go first, or you want me? You want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
You're. Oh man. I said this and then like to restate.
He had it all planned out.
I announced the rules and then thought zero amount past that.
You're an amalgamation of
Not to be impressed.
almost all four, but like you've got Venkman in you, but you've got mostly Ray, I think, because because you've got so much damn heart to you. Like Ray was known as the heart of the Ghostbusters, and the guy that was the most passionate and everything else, and Nate for the Missouri Ghostbusters. Him and his whole family they bring so much heart to the group that like I can't help but think of Ray a little bit. He is smart though. He's got the Egon stern stuff sometimes. I know that his wife has got that stern Egon quite a bit. Well,
yeah, that's that. And how am I like Ernie? Eddie, tell me how I'm like all the Ghostbusters.
Well, you've seen shit.
No. I've seen some shit.
And he likes Twinkies.
No, but Winston's not afraid to tell you you're flat out wrong. Yeah. And then like Winston is the kind of person he shoots it straight.
Yeah.
Like Venkman could tiptoe around it. Winston is going to be like, no, scratch that. That's
Venkman can't decide when he should tiptoe around it, and Venkman can't decide when not to tiptoe, and Winston can't decide when to tiptoe. So yeah, that makes up. I usually pick the wrong one.
Oh, yeah,
but for you, Eddie, the perfect love child of Venkman and Ray. You are so outgoing and personable, but you are so excited about everything, which is like the classic Ray thing. We were just watching Ghostbusters 2 for New Year's, which is our New Year's tradition. We time it so when they come down from the chandelier and Venkman pops up and says Happy New Year, that's the stroke of midnight when we watch it. And we were just watching it right after the tub attacks Dana, and they go to Peter's apartment, and Peter calls Ray, and Ray's attached to the slime, and
it's totally me.
Yeah, and so
yeah. I can quote the damn thing. He goes, what? Like he's on the phone with them. He goes, what? Are you serious? He goes, well, that's great. He goes,
that's great.
I mean, that's terrible, but it's great for what we do. You know?
And you just get a little bit of that foam cutting in from Peter. Like you just imagine when he said, "No, Ray, that's not great." I mean, that's terrible. But yeah, you are. So I'm curious as to what you've always ascribed, because I've always felt the most in line with Egon, just like, but why? But why? But why? And like sort of socially, sort of like, but why does that work? Why is that a thing? No, I need to know why that works. Like, no, I don't want to talk about you and talk and be nice and like have social stuff. I want to figure this out. And that's always been, I've always sort of aligned myself with Egon in my head.
I can remember like first and second grade being on the playground and quoting Venkman. And I wanted to be Venkman. Like I wanted to be Bill Murray so damn bad as a kid. But no, as I became more of who I've grown to be, I resonate more with Ray. I'm so damn excitable, and I'm passionate about almost damn near everything. It's a flaw.
It's an absolutely necessary skill in a world so negative that I know I can just call up Eddie and be like, "Hey, what what are you happy about today? And you'll just tell me something awesome that's happening. And that's a really important part of my daily mental health.
No, and I love the fact that we have gone like just within the time we have through the spectrum of nerddom, and man, I love it all. I love how passionate all you guys are, and I love being able to just sit and talk about it.
Yeah.
Heart's not hard, Smokey? Did I say hard? What?
Don't
it's
reach
the previous
don't reach,
comment. Smokey
don't read
says,
the
I
chat.
think you're a mix of Winston and Ray. He says, Stephen, lots of hard and lots of hard work. He was correcting himself.
Okay.
Don't read chat. Never
Yeah,
read the chat.
I'm sorry.
Leave that to the mods.
Not talking to you, dork. Okay, thank you. Got it.
That would be my wife. The way Eddie spoke earlier, we are a big family, and my wife and Eddie bicker like siblings in the most incessant and adorable way possible at all times. So
she hates hugs. And it's hilarious because she doesn't know it. Hopefully she'll be at the St. Patty's Day parade. Every St. Patrick's Day, I put that Prel body wash, which is the brightest green body wash you've ever seen, on me, because that's the best thing for slime ever, because then it looks like green slime on you, but then afterwards you just throw it in the wash and it comes out of all the patches that are bright white and everything else. Smell like it for a while. But yeah, I hope she's there, because then I get to.
She's in chat, and she's going to now actively avoid the St. Patrick's Day parade. Good job, Eddie.
We need the pictures. She's so good at taking pictures for our group. She's such a professional, and we've
I have to tattle on myself on that one. I've been with the group coming up on 5 years. The St. Patrick's Day parade will be my 5-year anniversary with the group, and my wife is always taking pictures. She's got a very photographic eye, and so once I started, and she came to the next event after that, and she's saw a lot of great opportunities at conventions and stuff to take pictures, and so she just takes a bunch of pictures, and she's like, does Eddie want these to post for social media and stuff? I'm like, absolutely, he would love that. And he's consistently, used a lot of her stuff for that promo stuff. But apparently they were given to me to give to Eddie with the concept that I would sort of weed through them and fix them and color correct and all that stuff. And about 3 years in, she was like, why are the photos you're sending Eddie, why do they look look much like shit? And I'm like, they don't look like shit. I think they look great. Eddie thinks they look great, or he wouldn't use them. And she's like, so what are you using color correct and stuff? I'm like, say what now?
No,
she's like,
there's a drastic difference. Because we've always taken photos to post on social media and all that other stuff. But there's a drastic difference from when you guys started the group. And Smokey taking pictures too before.
I agree. I love the pictures, but she has such an eye for
complain all she wants to.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I was scolded like a small child for sending you the unedited raw pictures, and so now it's become there's a little bit of a gap after an event where Smokey will take all the pictures and then she'll hoard them and fix them. I don't know how she's improving them, but she's constantly improving them. And then she gives them to me and Eddie. I've been sort of cut out of the process because I was letting too many of her unperfect pictures out into the world.
The past couple years, they've been like, there's some fancy pants.
Right? Nice. Yeah. So, but
at least he doesn't put that stupid beauty filter on everything. Then it would just be the most annoying thing ever.
Yeah. The sparkle eyes and the little pouty lips. Yeah.
You say smarkle. I heard smarkle.
Yeah. Well, I've got mush mouth all the time.
All right, guys. Okay, I've got one for you, DA.
Dude.
What is your favorite horror film?
Ooh.
If he gets this wrong, are you going to kill his boyfriend?
Oh yeah, what's your favorite scary movie?
What's your favorite scary movie?
Dude, there are so many horror films I love. I mean, I grew up, cut my teeth watching horror films, but I don't know if I can really, out of all of those, pick one that's my absolute favorite because I love so many movies for different reasons. I think the one that I have the earliest memory of that it was scaring me to death was watching the original Amityville Horror with my mother before she passed away. And that one's always going to be special because I was like 8 when I watched that, and it scared the living crap out of me. Of course, watching it in more recent years, it's not nearly as scary as it was an 8-year-old. But that scene where the pig's eyes outside the window, that got me. I slept on the floor next to my mom's bed that night. But I've watched so much horror through the years. I just absolutely diehard horror fan. And different occasions and on different times, I'd probably have a different answer for what was my favorite at the moment. But that's probably the one that comes most to mind, simply because it had such a resonating impact on me at such a young age.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Robbie, what's your favorite horror film?
Well, I've already said, that Friday the 13th was my favorite horror series, but none of those are like, it's just a good fun series.
Yeah.
There's not a good standalone. Oh, this is, but, and there's probably going to be people be like, what? But it's just overall my favorite horror film, and not because it's really scary. Or it's just werewolves are my favorite creature.
Mm-hmm.
The dogman's is one of my favorite cryptids. Silver Bullet's always going to be my favorite horror movie. I love Silver Bullet.
Good choice.
Yep. What do you think about Dog Soldiers? If you've ever seen that,
great
that's
film.
number 2.
Okay, cool. Because that's always my go-to for a werewolf movie because I just love the grittiness of
Silver Bullet.
Speaking of British horror, have you seen the British werewolf movie Howl?
I have not.
Oh, dude. You have got to watch that. It takes place on a train that gets stranded in the middle of nowhere.
I've seen
it's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, it looks great.
It's terrifying.
Why did it take so long for people to realize how scary X monster on Train is? Train to Busan and this and I think that enclosed space is just perfect for a whole bunch of horror stuff.
Nate? Yeah, you're gonna guess mine, and I'm gonna guess yours.
Okay, so
because we're friends, we're gonna do this.
We are friends. I know for a fact your 2 favorite films of all time are Scream and Jaws.
Well, no.
No. Interesting.
You're wrong.
Jaws is a great film.
I don't consider Jaws a horror film. Like
and that's why I didn't pick Jaws because Jaws is one of my favorite movies.
I've only got one tattoo on my body, and it's the poster from Jaws. And that's for a good reason. But Scream is definitely up there, but it's not my favorite.
Interesting.
Can I guess yours?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it Evil Dead?
So I don't think Evil Dead's a horror movie. I think it's a comedy.
No, I know, but the first Evil Dead,
you're close in that. If I have, I
know this. I know it.
What?
It's Hellraiser.
It is
Hellraiser.
Yeah. So
Phantasm was good as well.
Phantasm was a hot. Yeah.
I like Phantasm. That was the first one. The second one was kind of
the second one was kind of that
like
first one was terrifying.
I'm like DA. When I wake up in the morning, that's when I decide what my favorite horror movie is, and so the next day it's different. But it usually flips back and forth between
There's another association there. Phantasm, Angus Scrimm, the tall man, was also in Subspecies. The
Yep.
first one.
That's awesome. No, my number one favorite movie. Whenever I was a kid, like I didn't have Ghostbusters on VHS, and I have no idea why I didn't have it because that's all I rented. My mom would get annoyed with me because all I rented from the video store was Jaws and Ghostbusters. And she'd be like, "Again?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." But my grandmother would watch us for the most part since my mother had to work, and my parents were divorced whenever I was 3. So at my grandmother's house, she had 3 VHSs. One was Beaches with Bette Midler.
Bette Midler, yeah.
The other one was one that I got for Christmas and just left there, which was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze.
Yep.
And then the other one, I can't remember what the other one. It was Nightmare on Elm Street, is original. I remember the first time we attempted, because me and my sister, I'm going to keep this on.
Yeah. I've been playing with this for the last hour. So
if he disappears, we'll know why.
Yeah.
My sister actually watched Beaches quite a bit, and I would just watch Turtles 2 on repeat. But there was one time where I was the one at the doorway as my sister put in the VHS for Nightmare on Elm Street. And I was like, Grandma's going to get mad that you're watching that. And she's just like, we're going to watch it. And
I'm a tattle.
I remember this. I remember running into the kitchen where my grandmother was. And I was just like, Sandra is watching Nightmare on Elm Street with Freddy. And she goes, well, you don't have to watch it. And instantly I knew that I was allowed to. And so I crept back, and I remember, like, it's vivid. It's stupid how vivid it is. Because it must have been like 2nd grade-ish, where I was standing in the doorway of the bedroom watching Tina come down the hallway. And just like Ghostbusters, Nightmare on Elm Street, the first original Nightmare on Elm Street, is a movie that keeps getting better every time I watch it. And I've watched Ghostbusters and Nightmare on Elm Street so many damn times. But at the same time, like, each movie, for some reason, I'll still spot new things, or I'll feel differently while watching it, and get a little bit more of the story, or look at it from a different perspective. And going back to that original Nightmare on Elm Street, I love Nightmare on Elm Street's my favorite horror franchise. Scream is a close second, but that's only because I was born in '85, and so in '96 when Scream came out, I was already a huge horror fan.
It's something you can claim as like, I was here from jump. Yeah.
So I felt like Scream was made for me. And once again, I was still living in the Arizona desert. It was a different town, but like, there was no internet then and everything else. So when Scream came out, I was just like, man, this is my movie. Like, I loved Halloween at the time. I loved Friday the 13th at the time. I loved all of the Stephen King movies. I loved everything. I didn't read worth a damn. I didn't read anything. To this day, like, I'll read something and it'll remind me of a movie, and I will just close the book and be like, I'm just going to go
watch a movie.
Yeah. No, I'm so much of that movie geek. That's what I end up doing. But dude, going back to Nightmare on Elm Street, like, yes, it's cheesy. There's a lot of cheese factor to it, as all the great old '80s horror has to it. But there's a depth to it. In an era when everything was just the slash and kill killer, Nightmare on Elm Street brought a whole different beast to horror, and I think it really it blended the supernatural element, because there was the supernatural horror and then the slash and kill horror, and that blended so perfectly with the Nightmare on Elm Street. So,
I really like Jaws, but like you said, I'm not sure if it's really a classic horror film so much.
Yeah.
However, there's so many subtle nuances to that film. All the scenes with the shark are fantastic. When it gets people, you always, it makes you jump every time. But what really just stuck out for me in that movie, one thing about that movie that just drew me in was the Indianapolis speech.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here, I can recite that whole thing for you right now if you want me to. No,
Go for it.
Jaws, no, Japanese submarine slammed 2 torpedoes into our side. No, Jaws will always be my favorite film. Even more so than Ghostbusters. Even like and it's not a horror film to me, and it never has been because I like Ghostbusters. I can't remember the first time I saw it, and it was at a very, very, very young age. And watching it, I felt it was more like an old school like pirate movie. Because once those it's a suspenseful movie and everything else, but once you get those 3 guys on that boat, it's such an adventure thriller that I remember as a kid, God help me, I love all the sequels as well. But I think that's only because early age. I wanted more, and I going into that video rental store. It's just I love Jaws. There's Jaws 2. Grab Jaws 2. Dennis Quaid in 3D. Hell yes, we're going that way with it.
To me, Jaws is a psychological thriller.
That's so interesting.
It is so much about what you fear and fighting what you fear more than it is about the monster. Yeah. Granted, the 25-foot shark that's killing people is a monster in itself, but it's a character-driven psychological thriller. Brody is scared to death of the water. Quint is scared to death of Phelan. Hooper is scared to death of not being seen for anything other than his money. And it's about the 3 of them getting out there and overcoming, which obviously Quint didn't overcome it, but it's so much more than just a big shark has swam in and killing people.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Steven Spielberg is just surpasses just about anybody when it comes to telling a story on film. I mean, there's so many small nuances that just he tweaks and does. I mean, I don't know. It's not a horror movie. There's scary things in the movie.
The one scene where the barrels are following the boat, and you've got Quint at the helm of it. And Quint's not at the helm of the boat at all throughout the movie. You see him earlier on in the movie riding his own boat, riding the Orca, but later on in the movie, it's always Hooper, Richard Dreyfuss, driving the boat. And finally, when shit's hitting the fan and the boat is starting to take water, he's got it at full throttle going towards that beach, and those barrels are following, and you hear Martin Brody going well, how far do we have to go? And you hear Hooper going don't put that much pressure on it. And the camera is stagnant on Quint the entire time. And it's such a beautiful shot because you see Quint right at the front, and you see Hooper and Brody in the back holding on to wires, holding the mast, and you still see the barrels following the boat, and you just start to see the smoke from the engine, and you know that the boat's not going to make it, but freaking the Quint's doing the farewell and adieu hard as the freaking barrels are going. That movie gives me goosebumps every time I watch it. And I love everything. Spielberg peaked early, even though he did freaking Indiana Jones and Jurassic Park and E.T. and all that stuff. You don't get better than Jaws, to me.
Well, as someone who has a crippling fear of the open ocean and especially sharks, that's a horror movie to me. Like, if you want to give me a bad day, take me to the Wonders of Wildlife Museum here in Springfield. Like, that's a bad time for me. And so it's just funny but then again, like, my wife has arachnophobia. So arachnophobia plays as two different movies for her and for me, because I love spiders. And so, like,
Hey, John Goodman was a Ghostbuster in that movie.
yeah, pretty much that get up in gear. But yeah, so like Jaws playing to you as a suspense movie makes total sense if you're not like, you don't have that crippling fear of sharks like I do.
Dude, I lived in the desert.
Like, even the bat, I live in Missouri. It's not like sharks are nearby. They still give me nightmares. But,
Hey, a 6-foot bull shark was caught just in the waters right at St. Louis.
don't say bad things like that to
We're
me.
going to St. Louis now, Nate.
No,
Me and you
we're
are
not.
going to St. Louis.
They caught this was just last summer. They caught a 6-foot bull shark in the Mississippi, right where the Missouri meets the Mississippi.
That's not where they belong. They don't belong there.
They found him in the Great Lakes too.
Take him to his home. He doesn't belong here.
Yeah, when I was coming up to CUDA and I crossed the Mississippi and then the Ohio, like back to back, as I was crossing, I was like, I wonder how many sharks are underneath my truck right now as I'm going across.
Probably several.
These are bad words y'all are saying.
Let's go for a swim. How about a night swim? Let's go for a night swim.
You got a mouse in your pocket with Mr. Wee?
I was talking to a guy from the Missouri Department of Conservation, and there have been people who have caught piranha in Lake of the Ozarks.
Well, I've also heard that piranha isn't as hostile as what Joe Dante made it out to.
No.
see.
Oh, no. Yeah.
No, they're not nearly as aggressive, but
well, you
but
starve
they
them,
will.
they are, yeah.
Yeah, they
You
will.
get
They
them-
will go nuts.
You get them trapped in a small area and they start starving and don't have anything to eat, and then you fall in that small puddle. Yeah, it'll look like the scene out of Piranha. But other than that,
yeah.
Now I tell you what will is a cousin of the piranha, those Oscars. I almost lost the tip of my finger to one of them things one time. There's a guy and used to own a pet store up here, and I used to go get my mice for my snakes up there when I had snakes. And he had this big tank up there, and he said, "Oh, I said, what is that?" He said, "That's an Oscar." I said, well, he said, it's a bigger cousin of a piranha. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Look at that." And I put my finger over the top of the aquarium like that. I was like, "Look at that. That's cool." It's got about that time it come up, and I saw it closing. I'm trying to get my finger back, and it like barely nipped.
Yeah.
And luckily it hit my fingernail first and didn't.
One of those slow-mo moments of
Yeah, it's
life
just like-
where you just see, oh no, the
That's a brown
consequences of
pants
my
moment
action.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that that he
It was
realized.
You knew
It's
it.
just as I went,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's cool." He started coming up, and I started moving my finger back, but it was just like, "Oh!" And like I said, I was moving this way, and so the tip of his tooth caught my fingernail first, and it moved the tip of my finger out of the way. If he'd hit the bottom first, he probably would have took the tip of my finger off.
You said Oscar. All I thought was the baby in Ghostbusters 2.
You said Oscar, and then you described his behavior, and I thought the Grouch, which was apropos.
He was definitely grouchy. I will. Yeah, but that's what they're called. They're a big. I think they can get up to like 30 or 40 pounds. This one's probably like 10 or 15 pounds, but they can get pretty big.
That's a big fish with teeth. That's a no.
Yeah. Yep. Hard pass.
Mm-hmm.
We back in 2017 we vacationed in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and it was middle of summer, and I was pretty far off the shore, but the water was still fairly shallow. It was like only about up to my mid chest, and you can ask my wife and the boys. Something brushed against my leg, and you ever seen a fat guy walk on water? That's pretty much what happened. I don't know what it was that touched my leg, but it didn't take me long to get back to shore.
You discovered notes that your voice wasn't capable of before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next year is Jaws' 50th, and because I love it so much, the family, we plan on going to Martha's Vineyard next year.
Nice.
Because we've never been farther east. Because both me and my wife grew up in Arizona, and so We've never been to New York. We've never done that yet, and that's so damn close over there.
Yeah.
But no, there's a bridge in Martha's Vineyard called the Jaws Bridge, and it's when the second attack happens, and it's the 4th of July attack. Everybody's kind of running over this bridge to get to the pond.
The one Brody jumps off of.
Right, exactly. And so what's sad though is that I guess a couple brothers lost their lives because they went into the water and then the current took them under. But people, like hundreds of people, jump off this bridge like weekly, and so there's no way they're stopping me from jumping off this damn bridge. I don't care.
Oh my God, Eddie!
I'm good. I'm doing it.
It's your Everest.
Yeah. No, it's not my Martha's Vineyard isn't my Everest, but at the same time, it's like it's gonna be surreal because when you know a movie that well, and to actually go and be in front of that place.
I know exactly what you're talking about because last year I went down to Texas to the one of the conferences down there, but before we got to the conference, we stopped off in Falk, Arkansas, and I actually got to meet. DA's met him before too. Denny Roberts is the guy's name that owns the Monster Mart.
He doesn't anymore. He sold it.
When did he sell it?
Just like a few weeks ago. I saw it on the Facebook page.
Well, anyway, he did own the Monster Mart. It's got all the memorabilia from the movies and the things that they found down there. Actually got to meet the guy. I can't remember what his first name was, but his last name was Crawford. He actually played the creature in the movie. So he came and talked to us, and then William Lunsford took us out down on the Sulphur River bottoms and some of the places that were actually in the movie, and we got to go drive by where the house was, where the Fords and what was the other family's name? DA that lived in that house with them, the Fords and the Martins, maybe.
Maybe I know Fords for sure, but I can't remember the other family's name.
Anyway, and I said Crawford, I meant Crabtree. He's actually related to Smokey and all the other Crabtrees that were in that movie. So it's like you said, it's just a movie that I've watched so many times. You know, after I had my first encounter, I saw that movie, and it was just one of those. But I've watched that movie hundreds of times, and to actually be there where that movie was filmed and you've watched so many times, it's just like you said, it's a surreal moment where you're just like, "Wow, this place actually exists." And
that's how I felt when I walked into the Monster Mart. I'm like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually here."
Yep.
Yeah, that's the the perceived goal of going to Hook and Ladder 8 in New York. I think in the Soho district, where the outside of the Ghostbusters firehouse is. Like that's my big dream, is not hang out for a long time, just get out there, take a picture, and go home. But it'd be so surreal to look inside Hook and Ladder 8 and see a different firehouse, because those two, the interior firehouse is in LA, the exterior firehouse is in New York. So I don't want to hang out too long and have that illusion broken when the doors open and that's not what the firehouse looks like inside.
Well,
but the building that they used as the the Independent News Service headquarters in Chicago for Kolchak the Night Stalker is still there. And next time I'm in Chicago, I'm going to go get pictures with it.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, I'll give you another one, Eddie, since you're a Jaws fan. Went to SeaWorld probably 15, 20 years ago, something like that, and did the backstage Predators tour.
Yeah.
Got to actually go down the steps and stand right in the spot where that scene was filmed when they pulled Shelby Oberman out and pulled him down on the stretcher. Stood right there. She was like, "Yep, this is where that scene was filmed." And I'm like,
all right, you're gonna freaking love this. My brother and I, we used to work together at a Huddle House in West Plains, Missouri. And he was the cook, and I was the prep cook / dishwasher. And we would just throw Jaws 3 quotes at each other. And back then we were in our 20s, and it was like if we ever got to meet somebody, we would want to meet Dennis Quaid more than anybody, because we would just quote Dennis Quaid, "Mr. Bullhorn sees all, knows all," ridiculous stuff from Jaws 3. And 2 years ago, it might be with COVID, I can't count anymore. It's probably more than probably 3 to 4 now. But Dennis Quaid came to Branson, and he has a band called Dennis Quaid and the Sharks, and he was playing surprisingly close to my brother's birthday, and so I got tickets. My friend Brandon Lothern made us replica polo SeaWorld shirts from the 80s. And we went and saw Dennis Quaid and the Sharks. And afterwards, they let us wait in line for photos and stuff like that. And it was mostly, it's Branson. So, it's, 90%, older people. And he kept eyeing us, because here's us guys in short khaki shorts. I was holding a bullhorn, and we're wearing SeaWorld shirts. And he's sitting there greeting grandma, and then he's just like, what are these two young guys doing or whatever? And I brought to the damn concert a Jaws 3 poster, and he brought a headshot of him and Bess Armstrong for the movie. But he thought we were gonna prank him,
troll him or something.
Yeah, or he didn't know what was gonna go on. But as soon as we started to speak about how much we loved the damn movie and how we could quote the movie, it automatically flipped the script, and he was giving us behind the scenes stuff of the movie. I guess the Basset Hound dog was his, the one that's in the movie, and so he'll rewatch the movie just to see his old dog again.
Oh,
That's awesome.
But he also he has stated over and over, he's just he was doing cocaine through that entire movie.
I think most everybody was.
If you
including
think
the
Luke
directors.
if you think Gossett Jr. was fully sober through that, you're mistaken.
So, dude, one of my prized, and that's surreal too, is whenever you meet somebody that to you is that iconic, or somebody that you never think in your life you're ever gonna meet. Dennis Quaid to me and my brother was that Everest for celebrities, as ridiculous as that sounds. Because we weren't saying Richard Dreyfuss, we weren't saying the movie that mattered. We were just man, we quote Dennis Quaid so much. But I've got the Jaws 3 poster, and it's signed to the Warren family, Mr. Bullhorn sees all, knows all, from one who knows, Dennis Quaid.
That's cool as hell.
Dude, it's one of the best things in this house.
I've seen. Don't you also have a picture of the three of you too?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
because I
love that picture so much.
I will send that to you guys. It's a picture of Dennis Quaid in the middle, and I painted the bullhorn to look exactly like the one that he held in Jaws 3. In the scene, he's using it to scream at his brother, because his brother is skinny dipping and going in the water, and his brother's deathly afraid of water because he's a Brody. He should be afraid of water.
Yeah.
But he's finally making out with this girl in the water, and Dennis Quaid lifts it up and goes, "Attention, you in the water. You're trespassing on SeaWorld property. Get out of the water with your hands raised high above your head."
My brother works here.
Right. Exactly. Thank you, sir. And then he's just like, "Wait, is that?" And he's just like, "Mr. Bullhorn sees all, knows all." And then they freaking fight each other playfully on the beach or whatever. But the picture is him holding the bullhorn, and he's doing a type face, as me and my brother are wearing SeaWorld shirts, short khaki shorts. It's so great. It is so awesome. Yeah, that's so I'll go one more. A surreal moment that I had was Aykroyd, but it was after the signatures. It was after everything. When it was, because Aykroyd called all the Ghostbusters to the front, which we didn't think we were going to, because the line was going through all of this whole Sam's Club to meet Dan Aykroyd. And a representative came by and was like, Aykroyd wants all the Ghostbusters to the front to take a photo. And so we're like, oh, that's awesome. We go to the front, and we go to take this photo, and Aykroyd comes around, that's surreal within itself. But then he says, I want you guys to separate in your individual groups. We'll take pictures with your individual groups. And then he says, and I'm going to sign all your stuff first. And so we're like, oh, my God. So it was over and done pretty quick. And one of the Blues Brothers had just passed away. I think it was Donald Duck Dunn had just passed away. And I told him, I was just like, I wanted to just thank you for the laughter and the music. And he instantly smiled and then commented on the passing of his friend and stuff like that. But the surreal moment, and like you said with the firehouse, Nate, it's like that, because Sam's Club had 1,000 televisions, and each one playing a different Aykroyd movie. And I stepped back from his table, and he's signing my brother's stuff, he's signing Robin's stuff, and the TV next to him has got Ghostbusters 2. And it's the end scene, he's got the slime tank on. And it's hold it right there, deadhead.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there looking back and forth from the TV to him. And it's still like I in my mind I was like I've tried to connect the two.
Yeah.
I can't do it in my head. I can't connect what I've known for forever with what's right in front of me.
But I bet you the longer you've gone since then, the more Dan in your head has morphed into young Dan, if you try and think about it, because that's the image, and everything sort of just lines up to that. But yeah, I can imagine that would be difficult to have young Dan, current Dan. It's got to be like you're looking at young pictures of your parents or something. Like, that's not what mom looks like.
That was like my uncle ran a small wrestling promotion, and he got to know all these legends, the ones that I grew up watching, the old NWA. I've met Ric Flair. Nikita Koloff has been in this house, sat on my couch before.
Wow.
The Barbarian, all these people. But sitting back in catering and listening to Ric Flair and Ricky Morton, and I'm literally sitting next to Ricky Morton, right next to Ricky Morton, and Ric Flair is right across the table from me, and they're telling these stories and including me in it and looking at me and interacting with me, and I'm like,
yeah.
what is happening here? What is going on? You just like,
Yeah.
is this really happening? Because, like you said, it's something you grow up watching, and you grow up, like you said, I hate to use the word idolizing, but you did.
Yeah.
And to hear these backstage stories or hear these things, like you said, Aykroyd's letting you in on it, or Dennis Quaid was letting you in on it. It's just like, that is cool. It's just beyond belief. I mean, Ricky Morton was telling stories about things that him and Robert did out on the road, and Rick laughed and said, yeah, I heard about that. It's just how am I here?
Yeah. Any juicy cornet stories?
Probably the funniest stories, and I didn't know this, but you remember the referee Tommy Young?
Oh, vaguely, not off the top of my head, but name sounds familiar.
Apparently, he was he played for the other side. Let's just put it that way. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but he did. And they said he always loved working Ric Flair's matches, because you remember how Rick always used to, when he kind of pull his trunks down. They said that's why Ricky was telling us this. Said, and Rick's sitting right, he's like, that's why Tommy liked to work your matches, Rick. And Rick's like, F you, Ricky, quit telling people. It's just hilarious.
Oh yeah.
And you're like literally within 2 feet of this going on. It's hilarious, but it's surreal at the same time. And to have Nikita Koloff, somebody that I watched as a kid, and it freaking scared me to death.
Yeah.
He's one of those. He's from Minnesota.
Yep.
But he all into his character, and that he legally changed his name to Nikita Koloff.
Yeah.
But he has been right in there sitting on that couch having a conversation with me.
That's amazing.
These are all wrestlers, Eddie.
No, I know.
I know. I'm giving you shit.
No, I know I know they do the wrestling stuff.
Yeah.
No, that's the best thing about conventions.
Yeah.
And being Missouri Ghostbusters and being at some of these conventions is, dude, last year around this time was Missouri Con, and I was at the Pisser with Jim Cummings. Because Jim Cummings, who does the voice of Winnie the Pooh, and thousands of other characters, which was awkward because his security guy came in with him and was in the bathroom, and I was in this, of course I was, but Jim Cummings also sung the Extreme Ghostbusters theme song and things like that. So and he's been associated with the franchise in certain elements as far as cartoons go. And so I got to where I was washing my hands, and I was sitting there like, what the hell do I say at this moment to Jim Cummings? I ended up not saying a damn thing. I didn't say anything to Jim Cummings because I was just like, well, I'm the one in my mind. I was like, I'm the one dressed as a Ghostbuster. Like if he should acknowledge me if he's wanting something like a conversation in a bathroom. Horror conventions. For my horror fans here with me, those are the best. I've got to meet most of the Nightmare on Elm Street cast already. I got to meet Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi already. I've got to meet everybody from Scream, except for Wes Craven. Sadly, Craven passed away before I was able to meet him. But the wife and I go to Texas Frightmare every year, and every year Texas Frightmare, they deliver. Like this year, they've got Joe Dante and Sean S. Cunningham, and they've got freaking Roger Jackson, who is the voice of Ghostface. This stuff is surreal as well. Because you wait in a huge ass line, and you get to that table, and you think you know what you're gonna say. Like with Bruce Campbell, I was at his table, and he knew that I was trying to search for something to say, and at that time I was a liquor vendor, and he was just like, so what do you do? Just trying to get conversation up. I was just like, well, I'm a liquor vendor. I go around and put up alcohol. He's like, that doesn't sound like a bad job. And trying to spark conversation, but what do you say? Because in my mind is you want to be different. You want to be different in your conversation than all these people are just like, I love Evil Dead, or I love Briscoe County Jr. I love all this stuff that you do. You're so amazing, Bruce Campbell. You want to be that person that says something that they don't usually hear. And
I love how you highlighted the quiet sign in Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That would have been different.
Yeah.
No, and usually I can hit that, but in my head, the entire time, because me and my wife waited 5 to 6 hours because the line for Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi were together for some reason, and so everybody waiting for either one was in one line. I remember one time they were going to break for lunch, and then they're just like, all right, they went to lunch, the line can go away now, and everybody in line looked at each other and were like, we ain't moving.
I don't trust you.
Yeah. But no, the point is when you think in your head is as many times as Bruce Campbell has seen fans, and all the I've seen so many YouTube clips of him interacting with fans and everything else, that when you get to that table, sometimes nothing comes out.
There's a flip side story, which is to our great embarrassment, the Missouri Ghostbusters, when We were all over Springfield and Branson when
God,
Afterlife came out. We were everywhere. We were somewhere every day, and we were there late into the night, like up till midnight in some places. And we were at the B&B Theater in Ozark, and it was getting to be the end of the shift. We were posing with pictures with everyone that walked in, and then again when everybody walked out. And at one point, we're just doing one last pass for the last show of the last night, and there are a couple people trickling out of the last show, and I spot that's really familiar to me. That lady looks like someone I know, and she's coming out, and she's like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" It's very, very pretty, very, very elegant, and she's like really into it. She asked to hold my wand, and I'm like, it's funny. That's inappropriate, but funny. And she like I almost clock where I know her from, and she takes off, and then we're tagged later that night after we get home on Shawnee Smith from Saw and Becker and the original Stand.
Iron
like,
Eagle.
yeah, and she's like, got to see some cool Ghostbusters when I went to go see whatever it was like. Because I was like, I clocked her and I was just so tired. And then there's some people like, no, that's fake. You made that's fake in our group, because like I would have seen her if she was there. I swear she was there, and we have a picture of it, and you saw her and you just didn't recognize her. But yeah, that's how we deal with celebrities, and we just don't clock it because we're so old and tired half the time.
We took hundreds of pictures that night. Like it was,
yeah,
right when Afterlife came out, it was like people coming out of the theater, and at that time, everybody's blended together.
Yeah.
So like when we got tagged, I didn't even remember the damn photo until I saw it, and I was just like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
She's one of those. She's a Bigfoot sighting here in the Ozarks. She's been at the Alamo as well, and
her daughter goes to MSU, and so she comes out here quite often just to see how she's doing and see her various performances. Obviously, the theater major. So yeah, that was fun. How's the chat?
Yeah.
Is chat still here?
Yeah. Chat's still moving pretty good.
nice. Do you not like Halloween much, Robbie?
The movie Halloween? Oh yeah.
Like the series of Halloween you mentioned, Friday the 13th. Are you just as big into Halloween?
Yeah. Minus the Rob Zombies versions. I do not like his versions. Nothing against Rob Zombie. He's got some good movies. House of 1,000 Corpses, Devil's Rejects. Those are all great movies. But I think his Halloween 2 was what he wanted to make, because the studio didn't want him to, or
Right.
You're into it, you heard the whole thing. He had to do one, and then they gave him 2, and he did 2 his way, which was weird as crap, but I applaud him for going out a totally different way, because that 2 is as different from his Halloween remake as Jaws 4 is from Jaws 1.
Yeah. And that's,
polar opposites of each other.
That's the blessing and the curse of getting fans for the next generation to make the new movies and stuff, because like your Halloween and my Halloween are different. What you took from that and what I took from that are different.
A perfect example of this, I recently I had kind of held off on watching the remake of True Grit. I know it's been out since whenever it came out. It was 2010, I think. Anyway,
Down there.
I was kind of like, I'm a big Western fan, a big John Wayne fan, and True Grit was probably one of my favorite John Wayne movies. And I really didn't want to watch it. And I said, well, I'm gonna watch the original again, so it's fresh in my mind, so I know. So one of the days that we didn't have school, so I took the day off. I sat down and rewatched the original True Grit, and I was like, yep, it's still great, still holds up. I mean, there's some cheesy parts in it, but then right after that, just back to back, I jumped in and watched the new one. And this is my thing about a lot of remakes and things like that. Now, granted, the Rob Zombie remake, and I'm going somewhere with this, but the thing with remakes, if you're gonna remake it, do what the word says, remake it. The thing with True Grit, they changed some scenes, they took some characters out, put some characters in, but 99% of that script was exactly what Jeff Bridges said, John Wayne said in the 60s. I mean, word for word, the lines were exactly the same. Sometimes they were in a different scene versus, when John Wayne was first talking to Maddie Ross, the little girl character, or the young girl character, pulls, and DA, that Rooster Cogburn supposedly rode with Quantrell, right?
Mm-hmm.
You knew that. I figured you did. But anyway, I'd forgot that till I rewatched it the other day. But anyway, the first time he's talking to her and he finds the Colt Dragoon, they're outside the courthouse, and she's already talked to him 2 or 3 times before this. Well, in the remake, it's all one scene. She talks to him the first time in the courthouse and follows him downstairs, and they have that conversation there. The conversation, the dialogue is exactly the same. It's just in a different. To me, that's lazy. That's not remaking it. Oh, we're going to make the scene in a different spot.
It's a double-edged sword because everybody's wanting it to be similar yet different.
Yeah.
And that's every remake and that's every sequel. And it's walking a fine line. I get it. And Rob Zombie's Halloween was gritty and more I don't want to say more realistic because I still look at that original Halloween and still find it chilling at spots but
what Rob Zombie tried to do, or what the studios wanted him to, I don't know where the idea was, but when you start trying to explain why Michael Myers is the way he is,
right,
that ruins it.
No, yeah. The
Don't
fact that
explain why the boogeyman
is that's the way it should be.
And not knowing why he does the things he does is what makes him so scary.
But I actually think the remake should be the opposite of what you said, because if you've already got True Grit, you don't really need any other movie. You don't need, like, as cool as it is to see Jeff Bridges do his thing, because Jeff Bridges is freaking amazing.
In all things, yeah.
Right.
I like him, but Jeff Bridges as Rooster Cogburn was Jeff Bridges as whatever his character's name in Seventh Son, or that whole thing that he's doing now. The way he talks, that's how he. John Wayne didn't talk that way. Rooster Cogburn didn't talk that way. But Jeff Bridges is doing what Jeff Bridges does now, and it's just that old mush mouth talking. That it was weird.
I get kind of, because that started, that concept of or that want for that comes from the theater. You see the same Shakespeare play 2 different times with 2 different actors, you get 2 very different experiences, but you can't really do that with film. You can't just plug and play every single actor who might be able to play the role in. So
and that's where Red Dawn, I think, is one of the few that got it right. Look at the original Red Dawn and look at the remake.
I have not seen the remake.
Okay,
remake's pretty good. It's not as good as the original.
It's not as good as the original, but it's not the same story. It's the same premise,
right?
But the story itself. DA and I've had this conversation before. It did what a remake is supposed to do. It took characters that you know. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Man down, man down.
But
Your nostrils are looking nice and clean, Eddie.
Thank you.
it took characters.
No
that
human
you-
being would stack Blu-rays like this. I'm using Blu-rays as like a thing to prop stuff on. Am I good?
Yeah, and exactly. He did the same type of voice and acting in R.I.P.D. That's why he did.
Right.
But Red Dawn took characters that you know, Matt, Jed, Tawny and Eric, or Tawny and whatever her Stephanie or whatever the other girl's name was, Robert. All those characters that were in the original Red Dawn were in this, but they all had different roles. Matt and Jed were still the same, but and I don't want to spoil it for you, but it happened totally different in the remake. It you might have had one or two lines here or there that were just like homages to the old one, but dialogue was totally different. The entire story was totally different. Familiar, but different.
Right. And that we can tie it all back what DA was talking about with the sequel trilogy with Star Wars, like the beat for beat remake of New Hope into The Force Awakens. Like there's that ratio, like Eddie was talking about. There's that ratio. You've got to change enough to make it fresh and interesting and make sense. Why are you even making this if you don't have a fresh take on it? But also, if you're remaking it, you've got to hit this isn't Ghostbusters if it doesn't do this or this, or this isn't.
You got to have your fan service.
I
I
have
get
this
that.
beautiful balance. That's so hard.
The feeling to me is more important. I think the best remake, other than The Thing, because the Thing is in itself is a remake. And I know people argue that, but I think it's Evil Dead. I think the Evil Dead remake did it right in that it's the same feeling and it's the same scenario, but you don't have
vastly different. Yeah,
no, and you don't have it's a new set of characters under a new set of circumstances, but in the same place, dealing with a similar problem, but because I love how in the Evil Dead remake they twist it on its head and the kids bring themselves to the cabin not to drink and party
literally the opposite. Yeah,
they bring the sister who's addicted to drugs to stop to
detox her.
Exactly, and that's so brilliant. And that is we're gonna remain in this cabin until you get better. And so when she starts to see shit, it to them it's just she's gonna feel that way. She's just she's trying to get off of the drug and try to get it out of her system.
And you answer the question of why are they staying there when all this weird shit is happening? Right. They have a clear reason of why they all agree to stay there. Yeah.
I was one of those rare ones, those rare people that was excited for the 2016 movie. When they announced it was all of these women, back in 2014, I made a list of all the people I would want in a Ghostbusters 3, which crazily, I had Bill Hader on there, and I had Tina Fey as well. I was big into SNL at that time because it was doing really well and it was freaking hilarious. But I had put Kristen Wiig on there. And I had Paul Rudd. Rudd on there as well. I think
Paul Rudd was on all of our lists.
So I had but it was I had 8 people, and out of those 8, I at least have 2 now. But Kristen Wiig, I thought was the perfect choice because she has been in other movies where she had the dry Ghostbusters type humor, as does Paul Rudd. But all of these ladies have been funny in other things, and I think 2016 fell into the trap of they needed to be too much if they would have just separated themselves completely and there were no cameos, they take some more time on the script for one thing.
Different logo,
but they don't have a big walking thing at the end of the movie, and they don't have it's not beat for beat what Ghostbusters was, just done different. I think a lot of people would have dug it, and I like because they to me like seeing the behind the scenes photos of the new equipment and seeing who was in it and everything else is like it's got to be at least funny, and it's like I think because of all this different stuff they're trying to make it different. It got me really excited, and it's so sad because it was the exact opposite. It was just trying to be what the 1984 movie was, just like I said before, without heart and without the realism that Ivan Reitman put into those original movies. And the remakes suck because of that, because they try to be too much like what they originally were, and so that comparison is there. Like even in a movie, when you don't want to compare the two, the movie keeps screaming at you that remember
Compare me. Yeah, compare me. Yeah.
Like, see, Slimer's in this. You remember him? Like, there's Dan Aykroyd in a cab, and he's saying he's not afraid of any ghosts. Like, you remember that? Is like you're trying to separate it, but the movie won't let you. And there's so many remakes. The Nightmare on Elm Street remake, as much as people back that movie up, is the worst. It's only because I love the movie so much, the original, that man. And Wes Craven, there's an interview. Don't watch it, because it'll melt your heart. Because Wes Craven is told like, "Hey, what do you think of the remake coming out?" Is before he passed away, and Wes Craven starts getting teary eyed, and Wes Craven's like when I see something that I thought so immensely about shot for shot in a trailer, because apparently the trailer had just came out for it, and it showed because they mentioned the bathtub shot of the hand coming up and the knees right there of the girl in the bathtub, and Wes Craven getting teary-eyed, like that pissed me off so much that it was just like, you do not
How dare.
So I've had friends that have been like, no, dude, it's visually awesome, which the remake for Nightmare on Elm Street is visually awesome, but the story is horrible. As good as Jackie Earle Haley is in everything, his Batman voice for Freddy, because he did Christian Bale, he basically was just like, he did Rorschach again.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like,
yeah, he did Rorschach.
And that's not Freddy. And what they tried to make Freddy into, as much as they tried to connect it to what the original movie was hinting at, it still wasn't. It still didn't feel. The feeling is gone, and the originality is just out the window. And yeah, I love my remakes when they try to do something new and they try to make it original. If you call it a remake, like everything is a requel now.
I hate to
reimagining.
I hate to make people justify art, but there needs to be a slight justification of why you're remaking something. Like I've always
not
wondered
just because you're out ideas.
Yeah. And so on the one hand, these people are doing something I'm not doing. I'm not making movies. I'm not writing movies. I'm not acting in movies. So they're doing their art. But sometimes I do think a little bit of justification. Like you were the best salesman for Red Dawn I've ever heard of, because you were like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, but there's where the difference is, and that makes it interesting. And that's where the difference is, and that's what makes it interesting. It's the biggest thing for any remake to succeed, or at least, like I said, I don't want to make them justify it, but they justify its own existence. So. That's my thought on it.
Here, I'll put a question to each one of you guys. Okay. What's your favorite sequel?
Favorite sequel? I mean, Evil Dead 2 is a solid sort of follow-up to Evil Dead. Like, just everything just a little bit cleaner, a little bit crisper, a little bit more funny, a little bit more silly, a little bit more action. Yeah. I like Evil Dead 2.
I think I could make Eddie cringe because I'm saying this just to be a smartass because this is not what I think, but I was gonna go Highlander 2, definitely Highlander 2.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Oh, that was
It's gonna make DA. It's gonna make you upset, but I haven't seen Highlander since I was a kid. So
I showed the original Highlander to my boys.
I
showed the original Highlander to my boys, and they're like, "Are there more?" I'm like, "Nope, no, there aren't."
Well, when they were making Highlander 3, the sort of fake working title was Highlander 3: The Apology. You know, but the Highlander has a distinct. My wife is not into wrestling as much as I am. I'm trying to infect her with it, but every time we talk about the Freebird rule in wrestling, my wife's like, "Why do I know the name of Freebirds?" I'm like, "The wrestlers at the start of Highlander," and she's like, "Okay, got it."
Michael P.S. Hayes, Buddy Jack Roberts, and Terry Bam Bam Gordy.
Yep. So, I love Highlander, and isn't there a version of Highlander 2 that all the alien stuff is just cut out of it? Like they tried to recut it.
Yeah, the Renegade cut. It's called the Renegade cut.
Renegade cut.
I haven't watched it. I didn't bother.
I've watched it because I hated the theatrical cut so much, and they talked about, well, the Renegade cut makes it make sense. No, it doesn't make it make sense, but it is better than the theatrical cut.
But the bar is really low.
I want to hear what your actual favorite sequel is.
My actual favorite sequel. The thing is most sequels suck. And that's the truism of Hollywood is they generally start out with a good idea and then piss it away in the sequel. Wrath of Khan.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
as sequels go, that movie was magnificent.
As movies go, that was better than the first Star Trek.
Oh, the first one was kind of bad.
Yeah.
But Wrath of Khan, that was such a good movie.
It was so good. What about you, Robbie?
Is there any other answer other than Empire Strikes Back?
Is that a sequel?
Yep.
Or is it?
What's a sequel to the New Hope?
Part of the trilogy.
It is, but at the time it was a sequel. So
yeah, because we didn't know it was a trilogy.
Yeah.
Right. No, yeah.
As far as we knew at that time, that was it. New Hope, then Empire Strikes Back. So I stick with my original answer. Is there another answer other than?
No, that's.
It's probably, to me, I think it's probably the best sequel ever made. But it's not my favorite though. What's yours, Nate?
I said Evil Dead 2. I thought
that's right.
Perfect sequel to a good film.
Dude, it's Evil Dead 2 is so great.
I mean, we could pull out the Scream thing and say House 2, the second story.
Right. No, Scream 2 is damn near as good as the first one.
That's a very good sequel.
Scream 2 is damn good. So is I'll throw in a couple supporting. Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is really damn good.
That's my favorite one. The Dream Warriors. That's my favorite Elm Street.
New Nightmare, which I've got the standee back here, is pretty damn good. But my favorite sequel is a recent one, and it's Doctor Sleep. And it's only because Doctor Sleep, in an era like you said, they're just trying to just phone in the writing. They're trying to phone in the movie. They're trying to not make it good. Michael Flanagan, who did Oculus and the man, my brain sucks tonight, guys. House of Usher recently and all of those great ones on Netflix.
Haunting the Hill House and
those were good.
Blind Manor.
Blind Manor was good.
But he did something. He did God's work because he connected Kubrick and King together into a movie, and melded it so perfectly. That movie scares me, which as a horror fan is something that I never expect to be scared anymore in a movie. it goes so to the line with a lot of what's going on. And I always have loved Ewan McGregor. I'm a prequel fan, guys. Hope you don't mind that.
Well, the prequels are getting more love now than they ever have.
Well,
Yeah,
I've always
just came out.
right.
Yeah. Those made the prequels look like freaking masterpieces.
Yeah.
Oh
Because-
my
I
God.
can't
No, we
stand
could go a whole another hour on this subject.
yeah.
But no, freaking Doctor Sleep nailed it, and the acting is so great from everybody in it. And they did old characters right, which everybody in movies like Luke and Mandalorian and stuff like that, instead of getting an actor that resembles them, they always put the actor there but then put CGI over them. Whereas in Doctor Sleep, they just got good actors that vaguely resembled them, and they knocked it out of the park. Like it is such a good movie. If anybody listening hasn't seen Doctor Sleep and loves The Shining, especially because I love my Nicholson, folks, and The Shining is always going to be one of my favorite movies, and especially
Great movie.
when wintertime hits. This is why I love my wife so much. Is we're in this role of Christmas movies, because I'm that kind of guy. When the season comes up, we have to watch a certain list of movies, and she looks at me. She's just like, "Shining's a Christmas movie, right?" All the snow and stuff. But no, Doctor Sleep is phenomenal, and so like right now, that's my favorite. Like everybody earlier is just like they switch from their favorite horror movie or favorite film or whatever. As far as sequels go, being raised on sequels, I almost like the stupid camp value of most of the sequels that I watch. And I always know it's not going to be the original, and I always know it's not going to be as good. People hate Halloween 6 to death. The Curse of Michael Myers. I freaking love it. I love it.
I don't hate that one as bad as I hate Halloween 3.
Oh my God. Hold on. Look,
yeah, this is.
I'm gonna move the camera.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what's in my top closet all year.
That stupid song.
Season of the Witch, baby.
8 more days till Halloween.
Halloween.
No,
Silver Shamrock.
I used to hate it. I used to hate it with a passion. Because I loved Michael Myers. Am I still there?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
You're kind
Okay.
Halloween
Yeah.
3 came out of left field when they were putting that movie out. I'm like, why is this Halloween 3? It has nothing to do with the other ones.
And then you get this backstory that Carpenter originally planned like this anthology thing. Like it was never going to be just Michael Myers over and over and over and over again. But yeah,
No,
it's
it's pretty final at the end of Halloween 2. I mean, freaking Donald Pleasance lights that lighter up, man, and they explode, and having Mr. Sandman there, I can't listen to Mr. Sandman without thinking of Halloween. It's actually, I put it on the Halloween playlist the season. I put Mr. Sandman in there. But no, as the years have gone on, I love Tales from the Crypt, and I always have. Halloween 3 is very much like a Tales from the Crypt.
or Twilight Zone, or
Or a Twilight Zone. Exactly, or a Twilight Zone, especially a Twilight Zone.
There's another Dan Aykroyd reference. Want to see something really scary?
Man, I've gone on the deep dive with that Twilight Zone movie, man. We could go
I love that movie.
We could start this whole podcast over and start with Twilight Zone the movie.
Great movie.
Here's my thing about Halloween 3. The movie itself.
It's a fantastic movie with a horrible backstory. But what the hell was it talking about? Halloween 3. it's not the best movie, but it's got so many great old 80s horror cheese, good, like it's got the goods. And especially if you're wanting something that's themed around Halloween, like that's why Trick or Treat is so good. Like you watch Trick or Treat and you feel the holiday. And Halloween 3 is very much the same kind of thing, where
Wasn't there
it's
more than one movie called Trick or Treat?
There's
yeah.
Trick or Treat with
Yeah.
like the Toys R Us apostrophe, and then there's Trick or Treat, which is different.
Sammy Kerr.
Yeah. No,
That's
yeah.
a great movie.
My
No,
The
thing-
soundtrack, even though Fastaway was not a great band, they kicked it up with that soundtrack for that movie. Great soundtrack.
Dude, this we need movie soundtracks. That's a whole other conversation within itself.
Oh yeah.
Too.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, because movie soundtracks used to be so great.
Oh yeah.
All the way out through the 90s.
Halloween itself would have never been the movie it was if it wasn't for.
Well, no, I'm
music.
talking about like the pop song soundtracks.
know.
The
But
soundtracks where like they put Kenny Loggins in to do the main song.
yeah,
So most movies in the 80s.
Yeah, Kenny Loggins was the king of the soundtrack for the longest time.
would Top Gun have been Top Gun without Danger Zone?
Danger Zone.
Yep, I'm All Right and Caddyshack.
Yep.
hmm
But no, what the hell is it? Halloween 3. We're going back to Halloween 3. I love those kind of movies, and as I grow older, like I've always been a holiday guy. So if a movie could make me have that kind of feeling of that holiday as I watch it, because it's so saturated in everything Halloween, from the background of shots and everything else, that it just brings you back to being a kid. And being,
My thing, if it was didn't call itself a Halloween movie, I wouldn't have as much problem with the movie as I do. It's just but for that to be the only movie in the whole franchise that the only thing it has to do with Michael Myers is them playing Halloween on TV in the bar.
no, that's where it was a missed opportunity in that last Halloween Ends movie. Is I was just like, the perfect ending is them cutting to a factory and on that assembly line, because they have shown the kids wearing the damn silver shamrock masks through all of the Gordon Green Halloween movies. All they needed to do was to show that the Captain Kirk white mask was built in that same factory.
hmm
Like just hint at it at least. I was just like, then they would bring it all full circle, and then it would connect a little bit. But Halloween Ends was, I don't know, guys.
Stupid, I'll say it. It dropped
was
the ball.
Christine. It was a remake of Christine, and I will argue that to this day that
Oh, I 100% agree with that.
no,
100%. Michael Myers is in that movie, what, 5 minutes? If that?
it was Gordon Green wanting to replicate, like, because he did really good with the 2018 Halloween, in that like he made a Halloween movie, but I think that after Halloween Kills, he got tired of that, and he went to Halloween Ends and was like, what other John Carpenter movies do I like? What else can I throw into the Halloween movies, but is more like another Carpenter movie? And he totally did Christine, like from beginning to end. Like, the kid's name is Cunningham, for crying out loud. It's I could watch that movie and still be like, huh, and it, like, that's me most of the time with movies. There's okay. Here's another thing. If we're still going, guys, are we still good to keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Because this one is, even though we're not talking Ghostbusters anymore, DA, has there ever been a movie that you like? Because you can dislike a movie. Has there been a movie that you hated?
Well, dude, there have been lots of movies I freaking hated over the years. There were some movies that were just an insult to watch. Jacob's Ladder that's an hour and a half of my life I'll never get back. Oh God, I try to block most of these movies out of my head.
Yeah, but there's not enough hours in the day to hate
Yeah,
with
but
your whole
there's-
body.
Right, there's so many movies that were just an absolute waste of time. And it's not just the horror genre. There are a lot of really, really crap movies out there that I'm stunned ever even found a budget to be made. Um, Pretty much anything Disney's done with the Marvel universe. They haven't done anything I've liked since Endgame.
Oh, well, to be fair, there's a lot before Endgame, though.
Oh, there was some
Yeah.
stinkers before Endgame, but I don't even watch Marvel movies anymore because they're just usually a huge disappointment.
Guardians was good. Guardians.
Okay, Guardians might be the single exception. I did like Guardians.
All the Captain America ones, in my opinion.
I'm with you, Robbie. Like, as a kid who loved Captain America growing up and having to defend Captain America as not some jingoistic whatever, like government rah-rah. Like, once they started doing the basically the Captain America trilogy, like it's so satisfying because he's asking and saying all the right things. Oh my God.
Winter Soldier and Civil War are two of my
Those are
not
both
just
good.
superhero movies, two of my favorite movies of all time. I love those two movies.
All right,
And
Robbie, what do
Avengers,
you
right?
hate? What movie do you hate?
Battlefield Earth.
Oh God,
That's
Oh,
not fair.
I had
It's not
blocked that
fair.
out of my
That's
brain.
easy.
I didn't even think of that one. Oh,
I
Has anyone
Would have
read
been-
that book?
hate
Oh, I
that.
tried.
No.
I tried. And much like
the
Dianetics,
movie
anything
is-
by L. Ron Hubbard is so freaking boring. I didn't make it past the first two chapters.
That movie, I think John Travolta owes me alimony because he raped me. He raped my ears and my eyes.
I'm
For
a
however
firm
long-
believer that any movie that provides work for John Travolta should be banned outright anyway.
I got chills. They're multiplying.
That
Go
movie.
ahead, Nate. Is there
biggest-
anything that you hate?
And I texted you before this started. I said I'm not going to be negative on this thing and still all the stuff I don't like.
So the 2016 Ghostbusters.
Yeah, like I said, like I think there's value to it because it brought people in. If I had to say a movie I actively hate with my whole body,
Will Ferrell.
is probably one of the Will Ferrell films. We'll
Yeah,
say
I don't like him.
we'll say Blades of Fury because I know I've seen it and I hated it so much. I have a thing against comedians who think just being louder is funnier, and so my wife loves Will Ferrell films, and I'm like, I just can't watch them because that's not funny to me. And she's like, you're not going to make a lot of friends out in the world if you don't like Will Ferrell films. So,
My wife hates him.
I'm
My
gonna
wife
bring you
cannot
over next
stand him.
Christmas.
what's that?
I'm gonna bring you over next Christmas when the family watches Elf.
I watched like 20 minutes of Elf while I took my mom to the ER, and I did not have control of the clicker, and I was sitting there in misery. For two reasons. My mom's sick and she needs to go to the ER, and I'm stuck watching Elf. Bob Newhart was great, and then he went away, and the movie started to go to shit.
You want to know
What about
something?
you, Eddie? What's a
I
movie
have
you hate?
never seen 1 second of Elf, other than
I-
what
I've
You'll
seen
be
it.
okay. You'll be all right.
Will Ferrell is 50-50 with me because I loved Will Ferrell in SNL because that's where I knew him from, was Saturday Night Live at first, and so like I can watch Elf and enjoy it, whereas like there's certain movies, yeah, like you said, like the Blades of Glory or whatever, like some of those things are just like but no, there's two movies like I never thought I would hate a movie because movies to me, like even the ones that are dumb and like I never think that they're a waste of time. I just like chuckle and just like, oh, there was that. But when you passionately love a series and they take the characters that you love and and I'm talking about like we all have those characters that we grew up with that if it's in the wrong hands and something, I'm just gonna say it, The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
I hate The Last Jedi with a passion.
I didn't even
And
watch it.
no,
The other two movies pissed me off to the point I refused to even watch
no,
The Last Jedi.
I was the guy that I actually liked Force Awakens because
Well,
the new characters were
that's how much DA likes it. That is the second movie, and you're like, I didn't see it.
no, and you're smart because I know some guys from the 501st. They're really good friends, and Robin and I had tickets for Saturday, and opening night was Thursday. And a friend of mine was like, "Hey, we've got 2 extra tickets. You and Robin should join us for opening night." And we're like, "Yes!" And Robin had made an awesome Princess Leia, like the new outfit from the trailer, and I always wear my Jedi robe and shit. And it was the only movie that I've ever watched that was Star Wars opening night, because I always go usually opening night, and usually right when it goes boop ba-doop, ba-doop, there's applause. Everybody's like, "Yeah." It doesn't matter. It could be whatever. It was the first time there was crickets. The entire theater, not a seat was empty, and crickets. And I looked over at 6 501st guys, and they're all like this. Like, what the hell did I see? But okay, going back to that, when I said there's 2 movies. The other one happened to me last year, and it was Clerks 3.
Oh, yeah.
Because I
Haven't
grew
seen
up I grew up with the Clerks movies and
Mhm.
and the old school Kevin Smith. So much so that I had like the Evening with Kevin Smith DVDs and all that stuff. I watched them verbatim, like all the time, like on repeat. I to this day, like I still love Kevin Smith, and I will always give something a chance. But uh, one of my favorite comedies of all time is Clerks 2, and it's I should have mentioned that first because Clerks 1 to me is really good, and I'm it's something I grew up with, but Clerks 2 takes it in a whole new ball game, um, because there's progression there. Like even though the clerks always have that shit job and everything else, uh, they're trying to better themselves. And the ending for Clerks 2 is so perfect because like he's got this really good girl. Dante does, the main clerk guy. He's got like this girl that can give him everything in the world, but he's really in love with the girl. It's like Clerks. Randall even says it in Clerks 2. He's like, "How the hell do you always have 2 girls fighting over you? You're the ugliest chud, ever." Uh, and the end of the movie is they're in a prison cell, and Dante's just like, "Well, what would you do?" And Randall's just like, he tells him that he loves him and that he doesn't want him to leave, and that they should buy the quick stop from the first movie and open it up themselves. And so Dante completely ditches the girl he was, you know, gonna go to Florida with the money, for the girl he really loves. And they open the quick stop at the end of the movie. She ends up being pregnant, and the end of Clerks 2 is beautiful. And it shows Randall and Dante behind the counter, and he's just like, "You know what? This is the first day of the rest of our lives." And then it pans back, uh, in a beautiful shot, goes to black and white, like the first movie. That's where it should have ended. And if you haven't seen Clerks 3, uh, dude, just like the Jedi robe, me and Robin made movies shirts because we went and saw Kevin Smith live when he did his reboot tour for the Jay and Silent Bob reboot movie. Which that movie was cute and fun and harmless. But do you want me to ruin this movie for you guys? I don't know.
You're not going to ruin it for me. I'm probably not going to watch it.
I ain't
John
watching
Hayes.
nothing with Kevin Smith anymore. He's ruined it with me with what he did to He-Man. So
All right, everybody, if you don't want it spoiled for you that's listening, just come back in 3 minutes.
You're gonna be done talking in 3 minutes.
Movie starts out like the original Clerks. Dante gets out of the vehicle, goes into the quick stop and everything else, and you instantly find out that the woman, it's Rosario Dawson, the girl that he fell in love with in Clerks 2, that beautiful ending, is for nothing because she died in an automobile accident right when Clerks 2 ended. And the baby died as well. And so that's where the movie starts, folks. Randall ends up getting a heart attack. And then
there's a ton of death.
No, there's a ton of death. Randall, his best friend, gets a heart attack, realizes in an epiphany that he shouldn't be watching movies, he should be making movies. And so the entire movie is them making the first Clerks, basically. And just in the quick stop and everything else. It's basically just like a clip show of, things that happened in the first Clerks, some things in the second movie. But the movie ends with Dante and Randall getting in this big argument in the quick stop, Dante having a heart attack. And then Dante's in the hospital, and Randall says something like, I've been a jerk to you, and he re-edits the movie. And even though Dante is like comatose in the hospital, and in Dante's mind, he's in the theater now, sitting next to Rosario Dawson, and they're watching Clerks and parts of Clerks 2, and Dante gets up, and Rosario Dawson says, "Don't you want to see how the movie ends?" And Dante goes, "No, I trust the director." And Dante fucking dies.
Yeah.
Randall, at his funeral, says, "You're not supposed to be here today," which is the famous quote from Dante.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
And then they replicate the beautiful ending from Clerks 2 at the very end with them panning back from the counter, except like the image of Dante is there. And it's supposed to be like this deep message or whatever. And I, like, other than The Last Jedi, I had never been so pissed that, like, and it makes sense for The Last Jedi, because The Last Jedi wasn't made by the creator of the story. And it just didn't make sense to me that is like, you took these characters, like, even in Clerks 1, they're supposed to be doing, there's redemption at the end of the movie too. Like, Dante's gonna get his life back together and everything else, and they become better people. And then in Clerks 2, they step that up, and by the end of the movie, they're becoming better people. That's the point of Clerks to me, is that even though you've got shit things going on in your life, look up. Like, look at there's positive things around you. You just have to look around. And if you look around and nab those positive things, your life will be better. That was the message of Clerks to me. So my horror when I went in and got the story I did. So yeah, that's what that was. I'd like to hold a movie as like, because I still think Clerks 2 is one of the best movies as far as in my list of movies. Just to have like Kevin Smith be like, well, this is how the trilogy ends. It's like, God, man. No.
Well, that's still cinematic gold compared to the last two Indiana Jones films.
Don't you dare.
You won't ever catch me watching Dial of Destiny. I just skip it. That's just like, oh, we're good.
Oh,
No, okay.
I'd rather start my own pistol than watch Dial of Destiny again.
Oh,
never even watched it.
No.
Yeah, I'm with you, Robbie.
I made it about 20 minutes. I'm like, this is stupid. and turned it. I rarely turn off a movie. Yeah, I felt like I felt dumber for having watched it and just couldn't go on anymore.
I'm a Crystal Skull supporter. Uh, I love me some Crystal Skull. Is it like the other movies, or is it as good as the other movies? No. But I have fun watching it. I do. I have fun watching Crystal Skull. The thing
I have
about
two words that really ruined Crystal Skull for me. Shia LaBeouf.
The first time my wife and I got into an argument, I think my punishment to her was she had to watch Crystal Skull for the first time. I was like,
oh, I think watching Crystal Skull is punishment for shoplifting in some countries.
You know what's great is that my phone right now is sitting on my Blu-ray shelf, so like right in front of me is the freaking Indiana Jones movies and stuff.
Yeah.
No, Dial of Destiny. To me, it wasn't Clerks 3. It wasn't that much of a downer. It was a downer, but like the difference in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny to me is that like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is fun, and it has that Indiana Jones fun to it, whereas Dial of Destiny, it doesn't seem fun. There's that
Dial of Destiny was just a running gag making fun of Harrison Ford. And that's why I turned it off. But Crystal Skull, you can't tell me hiding in a refrigerator during a nuclear bomb, he's going to survive it.
Like that's one of the least egregious parts of that movie, though. Like
which cracks me up. Which cracks me up in the what is it? What video game series is that? Fallout, where you could find the skeleton in the refrigerator.
You can find a zombie who's still alive 1,000 years after the bombs drop, who's still alive in the refrigerator.
No, it still feels like Spielberg to me, though. Like the opening sequence to Crystal Skull to me is my favorite opening sequence.
Well, Crystal Skull is still leagues better than Dial of Destiny. I just didn't care for it.
No, that's what Dial of Destiny was missing, though. Is like Spielberg knows how to put that heart into it, the feeling. He knows what these characters are and how you should portray them at least. And I think you still get that in Crystal Skull, and you don't get that in Dial of Destiny. And it like I still I want to rewatch it because I will always give films, more than one or even two chances. I even watched Clerks 3 again. Like my nephew wanted to watch Clerks 3. I was just like, all right, dude, we're gonna sit down. It's like, you ain't gonna like it, but
it kind of goes back to our remake thing. There's I sat back during all the hype that Dial of Destiny was getting when it was coming out. Gonna come out. Hey, here in a couple days, the next Indiana Jones. I don't need it. I don't see a need for it. Like the Indy trilogy, Raiders, Temple, Crusade, it's perfect. Boom, nailed it. And then Crystal Skull, I was like, oh, more indie. And then I saw it, I realized like I don't actually need more indie. And so when
Dial of Destiny Crusade ended it perfectly.
Yeah, when Dial of Destiny was getting hyped, I was like, I actually don't think I need another indie film. I think I'm good. And so people were coming away, talking about, what they had wrong with it or what they loved about it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I don't need it. I'm good. And so I think if more people can go, you know what, I'm good, then we'll probably start seeing less remakes and sequels that we don't want in general. Because
again, my big problem with most sequels is the lazy writing.
Right.
They try to sell it on special effects and the name of the franchise. And those are not enough to carry a movie, especially in people who are committed to a franchise. I mean, people loved the Indiana Jones films, and you pissed off a lot of fans by those last two movies. Crystal Skull, admittedly, not as much as Dial of Destiny, but you chased off a generation of fans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, but look at the reverse of that with the Top Gun sequel that finally came out. Hard to beat the original Top Gun. That was a high bar set from the beginning. And I'm not going to say that Top Gun Maverick was leagues better than Top Gun. But if you look at Top Gun when the time that it was made and the things that were going on, great movie. And if you look at the times that now when Top Gun Maverick was made, really good movie. It did what so many sequels, in my opinion, it said, okay, this much time has passed. Maverick is he's not still
The young cocky guy.
Maverick. Yeah, he has grown. This is where he's at now. And this is where the movie picks up, and he's having to deal with going back and dealing with kids who were exactly the same way as he was. Now he's like, shit, this is how I was.
Yeah,
how am I supposed to deal with it? And that to me was a very unique idea. And granted, I know you got to suspend your disbelief to buy into the Tomcat.
Yeah,
Fighting and winning against a 5th generation fighter. I get that,
but
it's something different.
And they did something. They get a lot of flack because of how it was phrased, but they did something really interesting with it. A lazy writing would be to pick an enemy now and just capitalize on bad feelings of whatever we have against whatever country is pissing us off now. They did really smart and they challenged themselves to just make it the enemy in Top Gun Maverick. They didn't fall into that. Let's see, who are we fighting with now? Okay, we'll just say it's the Russians, or we'll just say it's this or that or the other. They made the stakes matter beyond just whatever we're dealing with now, and just sort of told a more compelling story rather than just ripped from the headlines kind of stuff. And I thought that was a really, really, really smart play, and not the lazy route of
that's why the way they portrayed Maverick is he still wanted to be that same guy, but he had to wrestle with the fact that he wasn't that guy anymore. And I think that's where you come to that at the end of the movie, where he's like, I can't do this, Ice. I can't do this. You need to be who you are, because who you are is what got you where you're at.
I like the conversation that he had with Ed Harris. Ed Harris is like, any other pilot would have been retired or an admiral by now, but here you are.
As a captain.
Yeah.
I kind of identify with that. 27 years in and I'm a corporal.
Nice.
Higher rank means more paperwork. Screw it.
That's a fact.
True. That's true.
Every promotion I ever got came with a crap load of work when I was in uniform.
But yeah, it's interesting when you look at that one end of the spectrum versus this end of the spectrum of how this is the way not to do it in the Dial of Destiny, or even sort of in the
Last Jedi
or Last Jedi, or any of that kind of stuff. And then you get the ones in Top Gun and Red Dawn was such a simple formula for a movie. Really simple. Bad guys, good guys. Bad guys come over here. They do stuff that we don't like. We got to defend ourselves. In Top Gun, bad guys, good guys. Bad guys are doing something in international waters that we got to stop. Really, I mean, it's simple. It's kind of hard to mess up, but it can be messed up.
There were a couple of Top Gun clones in the 80s that were pretty damn good, like Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle was a damn good movie, and it had a badass soundtrack.
Oh, the soundtrack of that movie that's my favorite soundtrack of any 80s movie ever.
That was such a great soundtrack.
Shawnee Smith was in that movie too.
I think maybe the best sequels come from movies that were originally simple stories. Like everybody quotes Terminator 2 to being, one of the best sequels. Well, look at the Terminator. Terminator's like as complex as the backstory is.
Yeah.
Terminator. Like the story is just, guy going around trying to find one girl. That's a robot. And the same thing with Alien, and the same thing with, like if you think about it, like the best sequels, like because Aliens is kick ass, and we all know it's great. No, yeah, it's whenever the movie already is not simple. It's like when you go to like Indiana Jones, man, and everybody dogs Temple of Doom all the time. And
Really?
I love Temple of Doom. I
no,
love Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
Temple of Doom gets so much shit, even from Spielberg. But dude, Temple of Doom is my favorite out of
The only thing
all.
I didn't like about Temple of Doom was Spielberg's girlfriend getting cast in the film when she couldn't act.
Kate Capshaw, man.
Wasn't the girlfriend until they were on.
Yeah, yeah.
She
She
didn't
was
get cast for her acting
terrible.
chops. She got cast because of how she looked.
Yeah,
Well.
it wasn't until during or after Temple of Doom that he left Amy Irving? No. I forget who his original wife was.
I think there was a little behind the scenes
Yeah.
maneuvering,
You won't see that.
maybe
you won't see that.
horizontal mamboing that got her that role.
No, it is awkward watching the behind the scenes stuff for Temple of Doom between Spielberg and Kate Capshaw. Like there's
You can
one
kind of
moment-
see it even in there.
yeah, you like there's
that's the biggest switcheroo, and people still don't realize. I think a majority of people don't realize. I could be wrong. People don't realize that Temple of Doom takes place before Raiders. Like it's actually a prequel, because they tell you what year each one starts in, but nobody pays attention to that because it's whatever. Well, why isn't he with Marion? He's like James Bond. It's a new girl. Like no one cares. But yeah, they're actually out of order. And I don't think a lot of people realize that.
But yeah, cinematically, I think Raiders was fantastic, but I think Temple of Doom was the stronger of the two movies because it was just beautifully filmed, and the fight scenes were great.
The sets and well, they got to do the full extent of the planned fights because Harrison Ford didn't get the food poisoning on the second one like he did on the first one.
Yeah, when he pulled the gun and shot the guy. That whole bit was improvised.
Yeah, because Harrison Ford was everyone else. Spielberg had brought like basically Chef Boyardee by the truckload, but everybody else was eating and drinking on location, and pretty much the entire crew was sick. So when it came time for this big elaborate like gun sword whip play fight scene, Harrison Ford's like, I can't do it, Steve. I'm just gonna pull out the gun and shoot him.
Well, they did the homage to that in Temple too.
Yeah,
he went to pull the gun and it wasn't there. And
didn't
he's like,
have the gun, so now I have to fight a swordsman with a whip, and that was amazing.
All right, guys, we'll go back to Ghostbusters. What's your favorite? What's your favorite scene from the original movie?
Ooh.
It's gonna have to be the hotel sort of block, the Slimer bust from start to finish. Our first introduction to the lights and the sound and the feeling of what it's going to be like to bust a ghost for these guys. Like from start to finish, the we've got a call. We're going the Ghostbusters, the first appearance of the Ectomobile, all the way into like PKE and all that block in that film. The hotel bust is probably my favorite thing to watch over and over and over again.
That is pretty fantastic. But I think the part for me that always stands out, because the comedy bit was just so on the nose, is in the library when they didn't know what to do to capture the librarian ghost, and Ray's like 3, 2, 1, get her.
And
Really,
Peter making fun of him later. Get her. That was your big plan. Very scientific, Ray.
I love right before that, whenever Bill Murray looks at him and goes, what are we going to do? And then they look at each other and he's like, could you come over here for a second, please? Grabs him by the ear or whatever. What about you, Robbie? What's your favorite scene in Ghostbusters?
I think my favorite scene, and it's just because it's Bill Murray and the way he steals the scene, is when they're in the mayor's office after they pull them out of the jail cell. They're sitting there talking, and Ray and Egon and all them were being so serious about it and all that stuff. And Beckman goes, "Dogs and cats living with each other." It's just
You will have saved the lives of millions of registered voters.
So good.
But the way I look, it really doesn't have a lot to do with the flow of the movie or that.
But it encapsulates everything. You've got the working man, Ernie Hudson's Winston. He's like just trying to rationalize it for the every guy. You've got the two scientists who are being absolute, like, just hyperbolic weirdos, and then you've just got the chaos of Bill Murray's Venkman. Like, yeah, okay, that's the dynamic in that one scene right there. Yeah, love it.
My favorite scene is when they're headed there. It's right after that, and they're headed to
saving the day.
Yeah, they're headed to the Dozer building because, like, throughout the entire movie, they're not really they're always looked down upon. Like, they're starting the business. They're it's at that moment that the city is behind them. Like, the mayor turns around and goes, "We got work to do. What do you need from me?" And there's a jump cut from that to the military outside and all of the police cars starting and lining up, and Bill Murray going like, "Come on, let's run some red lights." And
to this day,
you hear the ecto and you see the cops leading them. Like, it's such a kick-ass shot when there's the motorcycle and like I think it's like the 3 cop motorcycles or whatever, and then the ecto there, and the police are just giving them a guided tour to the building, and the crowd is shouting Ghostbusters, and you've got saving the day. Like, yeah, that's my favorite. Go ahead, man. You're about to say what?
To this day, anytime I'm riding shotgun with you, it is damn near impossible to not thump the side of the ecto and say, "Let's run some red lights."
No, that part of the movie, like you said, you could watch a movie, 1,000 times, and like that, it still gives me goosebumps, and I'm still just like, I'm always jazzed when that part happens. This is like, it's that turnaround moment, and they're headed there, and the crowd supporting him, the city's behind him, like, and it's great because they followed, the earthquake happens. And it's hilarious because they fall into the earthquake, the little crevice or whatever, and when they climb out, and then the crowd starts cheering, but they're looking at each other like, what the hell else we have to deal with? They obviously don't have any plan, and it's Bill Murray that's just like, we can handle it, we can take it. They want to play rough, and the crowd is going, and then that's when the other Ghostbusters get jazzed and go into the building. But at that one position,
chick is toast.
No, but it's hilarious to me, the look on their face of like worry as they get out of this earthquake, and they have to go into this building. But then that's my favorite part of the movie is that section there. Do you guys dig the second movie? Because a lot of people, there's a lot of people that shun the second movie as well.
I like the second one, just not as much as the original.
Yeah, I think the second one's hilarious. I think the second one's got a lot more funny parts in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I like the first one better, but I don't dislike the second one.
Yeah,
I love Peter McNichol's character in that movie.
He's Vigo.
Why are you king?
Why?
He's Vigo.
You're like the buzzing of flies to him.
Oh, Johnny, did you back wrong? Oh, him, please.
Yeah. No, I think I quote him more than any of them. Like everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know this. It's like, you be careful there, huh? No one listens.
Oh, but I would.
There are many perks in being the mother of a living God.
Yep, he is now, and he was in the Mr. Bean movie.
Yes,
and he kind of plays the exact opposite from what he plays in Ghostbusters. And that he's still in a museum. He's still like the curator type person, but He's completely opposite from the way the museum curator he played in Ghostbusters 2. So it's kind of it's funny to see him play basically the same person, but just on opposite ends of, with the volume turned all the way up on one of them and it turned all the way down on the other.
He's also great in Adam's Family Values as the camp counselor guy, who's like the energetic one.
Yeah,
those Adam's Family movies, man. Those are yearly movies for us here at Family as well.
Trying to be objective about Ghostbusters 2, like looking back, like I see why people thought less of it at the time. It was maybe a couple years after they maybe should have done the sequel, because it was what, 5 years after.
Yeah.
And so people were wanting the sequel. They couldn't agree. Bill Murray's being a butt like he always is, and like they couldn't agree. And then Ghostbusters 2 came out, and it was far enough away that they couldn't really do a perfect sequel because they had to sort of onboard, a new audience. But it was close enough that it was kind of felt like retreading the same ground, and it beat for beat, it follows the same basic core.
Yeah, there was a formula to it, but I still think they did a good job.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't like it as much as I did Ghostbusters 1, but I thought it was a solid movie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The only thing I have a problem with is that they tried to bring in elements of the cartoon.
Yeah.
Like as much as I was saying that I'm looking forward to Frozen Empire being like the cartoon in a way, because I do love the cartoon, but the fact that they changed characters, like Janine is not the Janine from Part 1.
She's Janine from Ghostbusters, except she's not in love with Egon, which is what the cartoon was pretty much all about.
Well, she does zip up a Spangler outfit onto Lewis.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
there's little hints there every now and again, but like putting Slimer in there because Slimer was like the kid favorite or whatever.
Changing his design to be a little bit less hard on the edges and more softer and the brighter, friendlier eyes, and
driving the bus for Lewis.
Okay,
but I didn't know you had your driver's license.
And to me, Ghostbusters 2 is right there alongside Part 1. Like, if I'm wanting to watch a Ghostbusters movie, it's always hard for me to choose between the first two, because the first two, the second one is just so damn funny as well. And like I said before, I think I quote it as much as the first one. I mean, I've got that's what I have on my shoulder.
That's and that is my only real problem with Ghostbusters 2 is the logo. It's always bugged me that they didn't call their business Ghostbusters 2. So why is their business logo on the building and on the car the ghost doing the number 2? Like, how does 2 respond?
There's the peace sign. Come on now.
No. There's a deleted scene where I guess the Part 1 sign's coming down, and it's the scene from Part 1 where it's like, you don't think it's too subtle, it's Bill Murray telling the sign guy apparently why the Ghostbuster 2 sign is up there. And
if you think about it, though, they got shut down. The city shut them down, but after all the stuff started happening again, they started coming back on. It was a reopening, so you can kind of say
it was their second
chance, second opening, or our second chance, or whatever. Right. They don't ever say it, but you can infer it.
They've released deleted scenes for Ghostbusters 2 finally. When Afterlife came out, like they had that big box set that came out with all the movies. We finally got some Ghostbuster 2 love, but
Eugene Levy stuff, right?
We did. We got the famous edited scene of Eugene Levy as Rick Moranis' cousin or something.
Yeah, his cousin, because he goes to pick up the Ghostbusters from the asylum where they've been admitted, and he calls his cousin to pick up the car and the gear and come bring it there. And his cousin is Eugene Levy in a nice little cameo. but we were denied that in the theatrical release.
Yeah, but apparently somewhere out there, somewhere, is this one scene where Bill Murray's explaining Ghostbusters 2, the logo, as they're taking down the old one from the firehouse and putting the newer sign up there.
I need to look at this to see if it meets my approval.
Wait, what?
I need to go out and take a look at this to see if it meets my approval. Because the 2 is always bugged me, man.
It's nostalgic. That's the thing, is like when you're a kid and you grow up with stuff, you don't think about whether it's right or wrong. You just say like, oh, it's Ghostbusters, or
I think
like
2 is like, what? Why do we need new logo? The No Ghost logo is perfect in every way. Why do a second one? Why do a different one? You know,
no, I like growing up with Ghostbusters 2. I think the Ghostbusters 2 logo is just as perfect to me. Dude,
I never put any thought into it. I just didn't even.
That's what I do.
Really even affect me in any way. It was just a new movie, new logo.
When the trailer for Frozen Empire came out, I started looking at like where the Ferris wheel could possibly be in the New York area that could,
Coney Island.
Yeah, it's actually in Brooklyn. There's a big famous Ferris wheel in the Brooklyn area. And then when the first poster comes out, the first 2 variants of the Frozen Empire poster is one's the Manhattan Bridge and one's the Brooklyn Bridge. They're both how you get from Manhattan to Brooklyn. And so I'm like, all right, so they're wanting to draw our attention to Brooklyn. What are they looking at? And then the next one is the Empire State Building, which is on the opposite fucking side of the island. I'm like, all right, well, never mind. I've overthought it again.
Is the new logo going to have the ghost holding up 4 fingers like the 4 horsemen from wrestling?
Well, no, the new logo is just the old logo frozen, which it's pretty sweet. Like it's just the classic Ghostbusters sign, except there's a frozen gloss over it. Yeah,
like an Arctic blast that froze it in one direction. And then the Afterlife logo was just sort of a riveted version of the original logos, just sort of like rusty and industrial. So thankfully they've stopped changing the logo on me, which is clearly a triggering event for me.
Oh, yeah.
In typical New York fashion, it's flipping you off.
No, I'm so glad the new movie's in New York again. Yeah. I have high hopes for this movie, but I don't think it's gonna let me down because Ghostbusters Afterlife, the more I look into Ghostbusters Afterlife, there's a lot of people that don't like it either. And I see, because it retreads a lot too, and it brings in a lot from the first movie. But I think when you have a movie like the 2016 one, you have to have a Ghostbusters Afterlife to get the franchise back on track. You have to me, I think that they did the perfect thing, which was just remind people what Ghostbusters was. And there's still, at every convention since Afterlife has come out, there's a lot of people that don't even know that Afterlife exists. And almost because they're ignoring everything after the 2016 movie. Because I still get people coming up to me going did you like the new Ghostbusters? And I'll be like, oh yeah, I freaking love it. Like Paul Rudd.
How do you like the girls in that? It's like, what? Wait, no, what?
Yeah. No, okay. In Ghostbusters 2, there's a famous scene where Bill Murray goes in to get Dana Barrett, or to see Dana Barrett at work, and he goes
Bassmasters.
Yes. He goes to the guy, the reception guy, and goes, "Hey, Dr. Beckman, World of Psychic." And he's just like, "I'm a great big fan. That's one of my favorite shows." And he's like, "Well,
my 2 favorite shows."
Yeah, he's like, "What? You're kidding me? What's the other one?" And he goes, "Bassmasters. It's a fishing show." And then it's like, "Oh yeah, I know Bassmasters." But I had that happen to me. I had a Bassmasters moment at a local neighborhood market. Robin and I were checking out, and I was wearing a jacket had the Ghostbuster stuff on it. And the dude kept going back and forth, and at first it's like, is he thinking we're stealing something, or because it's self checkout? And the dude's just like, he's like, you like Ghostbusters, like all of them? I was just like, yeah, I love all of them. And he's just like, man, I love Ghostbusters. And I was just like, that's great, man. He's just like, man, Chris Hemsworth was the best thing about it. I was just like, yeah, man, awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Sometimes you have to wonder if people are just trying to troll you, though.
Like, no. There's sometimes where you could tell when you're legit excited about something. And that was one of those. It was a Bassmasters moment. It was one of those. Like,
I know Chris Hemsworth. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. I had one of those guys. What do you like? What are your guys' take, DA and Robbie, on Afterlife? Do you dig it?
I
liked
like
Afterlife. I really did. I thought, like you said, I thought it hit the notes it needed to establish itself as part of the franchise, but there was enough fresh about it. You could see where they were wanting to build in a new direction. So there was that familiar, but there was also the new. And then, of course, when the guys show up and they cross the streams and she freaking uncrosses them, I'm like, oh crap! They needed the fourth one, and that I was wondering how they were going to work Egon in. And I thought that, and when I watched the behind the scenes thing, how they had Bob Gunton come in and stand in for him, and I thought that was really fantastic how they pulled that off. But it was. To me, I think that scene was about as perfect a scene as you could have made. It was so good. The humor was there. The danger was there. The sarcasm from the guys were there. All the members of Ducks Unlimited.
I love when Winston tries to get that sneak shot, and she whips Venkman. Oh, it was a nice try anyway. Yeah.
No, he was doing the whole, only a Carpathian type speech. Just like Ghostbusters 2, there's missing deleted scenes because apparently the movie was re-edited during COVID by Jason Reitman, because the apparent this is just something that's said that isn't Jason Reitman, but apparently the movie had those scenes with the older guys sprinkled throughout. Like the opening card moment was going to be right after Egon, like you see the stuff with Egon. It shows Sigourney Weaver holding up the card for Bill Murray, and that was going to be the beginning of the movie. And
Annie Potts was going to come in and tell them that Egon passed. Yeah.
There's pictures and behind the scenes footage of Annie Potts coming to the door and probably trying to get rid of Egon's ashes, because she, in a deleted scene, she eventually brings the ashes to the farm and just gives them to the family or whatever. But there's this interwoven story of Janine going to all the other Ghostbusters. And then it breaks my heart, though, because there's also deleted footage from that ending scene of Janine being on the porch and watching Egon be there. And like, it's only like the behind the scenes footage is less than 2 seconds, and it's of Annie Potts reacting to Egon being back. And it breaks my heart that we didn't get that in the movie, but it's somewhere, and I hope one day to be able to see it. And it also would explain too, is like, where did they come from? In Afterlife, the Ghostbusters just kind of appear, but it'd be awesome if like Janine had them cramped in like a small car or something. You know what I mean?
I always headcaned that Winston just choppered him in, and like you didn't see or hear the helicopter because you've got the Gozer whirlwind going on. So
no,
that's just me.
that would have been hilarious though if they would have like zip lined down like the Ghostbusters. And then they just hit the ground.
Yeah, they're all too old to do that though.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
no, yeah. I'm so excited about the new movie because I like now we get that. Like,
Yeah.
Annie Potts is in the new movie. All the
Ernie
old.
Hudson,
No, yeah. There's no
William Atherton.
there's no excuse now not to have them sprinkled throughout the movie.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's this awesome behind the scenes photo that was released by Entertainment Weekly of Bill Murray talking to Paul Rudd downstairs where the containment grid is, and like the entire thing is like frozen, and they've got like heaters around to try to heat the place. But it's Bill Murray just in casual type clothes, but like a coat, of course, because it's freezing. Talking to Paul Rudd, and to me, like that gets me more excited than seeing the Ecto or anything else like that. Is like just to have those one-on-one moments, and knowing, I don't know if you guys know this, but William Atherton, Walter Peck is in the new movie, and so knowing that Bill Murray and William Atherton are going to be together,
That maybe have a scene if yeah.
They have to. Like, there's no way they can't have those. It's like Bill Murray and Slimer. The Slimer's in the new movie as well. You can't have a scene where Bill Murray doesn't at least acknowledge Slimer, and you can't have a scene without William Atherton and Bill Murray together. And their interaction.
Yeah, I don't want to see Peck like come at any of the new characters with a position of authority. I want to see him start to try, and then Venkman ruin that for him, because that is what, as a fan, sits best, is when Venkman ruins Peck's perfectly laid plans.
Right, but I think Peck's gonna. I think Peck in the new movie is gonna have a higher position, and
Yeah,
I think that's my theory on why there's like more caution and yellow on the proton packs, is because Ghostbusters is becoming more of a city ordinance type
city
business.
utility.
Yeah, and I have a strong psychic belief that William Atherton is behind it all, and he's the one pulling the strings on what the Ghostbusters can do. Yeah, I think so. Like that's just something that I'm feeling from what I've seen so far. But you never know. Like Walter Peck could be in one scene and then that's it. But just the fact that they're bringing him into is exciting. And no, yeah, I have strong hopes for this. I'm so sorry that you guys didn't like Dial of Destiny. I know that's
it is all.
It's not the first movie I've not liked, and it won't be the last.
Yeah, and it is all your fault that it wasn't very good.
That's right. We blame you, Eddie.
I told Spielberg not to do it. So, which it makes sense. It makes sense why Spielberg didn't do it, and I don't know. I just wonder when Kathleen Kennedy is just gonna be fired, or.
Well, she's already been like half ousted from her role because now.
How many intellectual properties are they going to let her burn?
No, but that's the thing, is like she was around the Raiders set. She was around when they made these movies. Like, she's known George Lucas and Spielberg when they made these movies. The fact that, like, because when they announced her as being like the president of Lucasfilm, my original thought was just like, that's freaking perfect, because she was on set for all of these Indiana Jones movies. She was, around George Lucas and stuff like that. Like, there's no way that she could.
There's two types of people. There's a person that absorbs the thing that they're looking at or observing or whatever, or there's a type of person that goes, that's not what I would have done. And then I think Kathleen Kennedy is that second type of person. I think she was there, yeah, but I think she was going, I would have done it differently. I would have gone a different place.
could have done it
I'm
better.
gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer Tyson and Stevens because they're still rocking it. Hi guys. They
Slave.
think that Venkman's gonna die, and you're wrong.
Well, he may. He
no.
said he may do the Harrison Ford because we know that he said the only way he would come back is if he were a ghost, and he
That
came
was-
back. He wasn't a ghost.
That was before Afterlife, though. That was before, like, when he knew that sequels were shit, and he no, seriously, like when he was reading these scripts, and he's just like, I don't want to be in another Ghostbusters, guys. Just freaking kill me off. Ghostbusters Afterlife. When you hear him talk about it, you could tell that he loves it, and so there's been stuff with Bill Murray here in the press recently, trying to cancel him a bit back in the day with how he acted towards Sheena Davis and a couple others on sets. And Lucy Liu and stuff like that, and in a recent movie too. So of course I knew he was going to be in this next Ghostbusters because
Yeah, this is easy goodwill. Yeah.
he's trying to make good with everybody, and him being in a Ghostbusters would make good with everybody. But he ain't gonna die, and I only know that because of the last movie. They're smart writers, and when I say they're smart writers, I mean that they're going to tiptoe towards that, to where you're gonna think that he's dead. It's the same with, like, in the preview, you see the young girl Lucky too start to freeze up, and they're hinting at that she's gonna be frozen, that she might die. Like, movies do that a lot, where they're gonna be like, all right, you think this character's dead or whatever. I don't think so. Like,
Well, they've got to drop those little hooks to get you in.
right.
Yeah.
If there's too little, not too little, I shouldn't say too little. We've already lost one of the characters. One of the original guys. I don't think that they would do that. I know all of us fans are expecting it because Bill Murray's been wanting to be out of the franchise for a long time. But I don't think the writers are going to do that.
It does do a lot to sort of devalue what Afterlife was about if you then make a death in the second one. Like, the Afterlife was on its back foot at the start because Harold died. And then if you kill one in the movie, like that, I'm not sure I'm describing it what my thinking is, but
you're almost changing my mind, which sucks, because now I think Bill Murray.
I wasn't trying to.
No, thanks a lot. Now I think Bill Murray's gonna freaking die in the movie. No, because that does make sense. Like, if you're going a Empire Strikes Back route, and they did say that this movie was pretty dark. So yeah,
Possible.
I could see both ways, and if they did it, I don't want to say tastefully, but if I don't know. Either
I think if
like,
it's vital to the story, it'll be okay. But if it's done offhand, it's going to piss people off.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, as long as he doesn't get thrown out of a window
by a previously captured ghost for a joke bit, because
if somebody leans out of the window and goes like, "Well, he wasn't Ghostbuster material anyway."
Yeah. Like, it's referencing the 2016 movie for anyone who hasn't seen it.
Yes, that happened to Bill Murray.
To Bill Murray.
So yeah. Yeah,
Frozen Empire is going to be awesome. Damn it, it's going to be awesome, regardless.
Damn it, it's going to be awesome. But now, damn it, I think Bill Murray's gone now.
They told me I couldn't have Slimer in Afterlife because Slimer's a New York guy, and this was taking place in Oklahoma. And now Afterlife's going to be in New York, and I'm going to get Slimer. It can only be awesome. Hard stop.
I've got high hopes for this movie. I really do. And I don't say that about a lot of sequels anymore.
You're putting your hat down, man, like Indiana Jones about to sleep, dude. You all right?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a little. I'm gonna have to get. It's almost 1 o'clock here, and I got to be at work in the morning. So,
So
Oh,
4 solid
shit.
hours of being nerdy. So
yep,
well, damn, guys.
we're at 4 hours. So I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to throw the towel in.
No,
Well,
hey,
boys,
yeah, it's
Well-
it's been great, guys. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for chatting with us. And
thanks for coming on, guys. I want to do this again. I want to get you guys back.
absolutely. Yeah, there's so
Yeah,
much.
I
Like
enjoy-
I was looking up literature stuff because I was going to talk about like scary books and stuff. We didn't even touch that because Eddie doesn't read worth a lick.
I don't. No, I don't.
As an author, that hurts me, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'll chat with you all day long. You make some movies, dude.
I would love to. I would love to. You know anybody in the industry, send them my direction.
We could make some short fan films, man. We'll do.
Hell
we'll
yeah.
do some good stuff.
That's how Deadpool started. Was a little quick proof of concept. So, but yeah, this has been great. I've had a lot of fun. I looked up and saw live for 4 hours. I was like, no, that's not right.
Yeah, we've been going, man.
Yep.
No,
Well, boys,
thank you guys for-
I appreciate you guys for coming and hanging out with us and sharing your knowledge and talking movies and crazy shit with us. You know, like I said, I definitely want to get you guys back on. We're going to make that happen pretty soon. So, you know, again, you know, before we sign off, tell everybody once more about Ghostbusters in Missouri and what it is you guys do, and we'll start winding down.
Oh, the Missouri Ghostbusters, guys. There's a Ghostbuster franchise in every state in the United States and damn near in every country in the world. We're just a little speck of part of a huge community of people that just want to help others do charity events, but also just spread the fandom. Like the main thing we love is just meeting other Ghostbuster fans and seeing how damn excited they are. Just to meet us, just to see the equipment, and just to do what we did, to just chat and have a good time and talk about these movies that we grew up with and that we love and love passionately. And that's what Missouri Ghostbusters is about. And we're lucky to have a huge group, and we're all over the place and doing so many events here in the future. Look us up, mogb.org. We'll get you to every social and every place you want to be to see us. Nate, what else we got to say?
You pretty much nailed it. mogb.org will get you in touch with us and get you a list of what our upcoming events and stuff we're doing and fun stuff we're excited about. And like we do it all. We do the conventions, we do the parades, we've done birthday parties, we've done. I think the only thing we're missing off the resume at this point is a business opening, like a ribbon cutting, right?
No, we've done a business event, which was awesome. We've been at PowerPoints presentations. We haven't done a bar mitzvah yet. So
okay.
there you go.
Help us complete our event bucket list by going
little
to MOTV.
Ghostbusters yarmulke.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mazel tov. It's a class 5 free roaming vapor.
Yeah, we have the tools and we have the talent. It's Miller time, guys, or sleep time for the rest of us, I guess.
Sleep time for some of us. Yeah.
Well, boys, thanks guys for being here. Appreciate it so much. And again, I would definitely want to do this again. Robbie and I got a couple of things we got to do to wrap the show up. But
right.
Again, you guys were awesome, and we had a great time.
No, thank you guys
Thank
so
you
much
for having us.
Yeah.
Hey, anytime,
We'll
guys.
You guys have a good night.
You too, man.
Bye.
Night.
Good night.
You know what to call.
He had to get that last one in.
Oh yeah. Well, folks, we'll take a quick minute to talk about our affiliates. We'll hear from Doc real quick through the recording.
Hey everybody, this is Kerry Pocket Doc Davis from Dark Angel Medical, and you are listening to DAX Machina with D.A. Roberts. You may recognize me or some of my products from Dark Angel Medical in some of the Apex Predator, Lakeview Man, and Wild Hunt books, and you can get those products at www.darkangelmedical.com, along with training classes on how to use those products and save a life. Shoot us an email at info@darkangelmedical.com and be the difference.
And if you go to darkangelmedical.com, don't forget to use discount code Cryptid25 for 25% off your entire order. Those orders are HSA and FSA available, and they have classes available to teach you how to use those products. In today's uncertain times, a med kit is peace of mind. Robbie, you want to tell us a little bit about Scallywag?
I don't know. Did my microphone go out on me?
Nope, I hear you.
Okay. I didn't see it. Did something weird there. Anyway, Scallywag Tactical is another one of our veteran-owned sponsors, affiliates. Make some of the best knives and blades, fixed blades, folders, just any kind of knife that you can imagine. They make, and I just got a new one. It's over on my vest, or I would walk over and get it, but I got the karambit. I'll try to remember to get it off so I can have it to show on the Saturday show. But all of us have got multiple knives from this company. And you've probably, if you read the books, you've seen Gunner's Mate, you've seen Bounty, you've seen Boarding Axe, Privateer. That's it. I've got that on my vest. That is a nice little knife.
Wicked sharp, too.
And as Doug Marcada will say, it will kill. K-E-A-L, keep everyone alive. We don't really call it that way. It's actually K-I-L-L. That's a different story. But anyway, he's also got a section on the website called Blemish Blades. It's a really popular section. Most of the time, it's like a box that's been messed up. We've found, out of all the knives that all of us have, we found one knife that DA's got that's got a little bitty scratch on the side of it. Just very small. You have to look.
I really had to look for it.
And it doesn't do anything with the functionality of the knife. The knife's still 100% functional. But you can get you a good knife off of the Blemish Blades at a pretty reasonable price, a lot cheaper than what you would pay for them if he sold them as brand new. And when you get that Blemish Blade and you go to your checkout, hit code DARoberts10 on there, and it gives you an extra 10% off of whatever the discounted price already is. So save yourself even more money. So go check them out, Scallywag Tactical. Tell them we sent you. Get yourself a good blade. Because
absolutely,
as Doc would say, they'll cut you three ways: long, deep, and continuous. So make sure you get yourself a Dark Angel Medical kit after you get your Scallywag Tactical knife.
Absolutely.
Don't be like me and DA and cut yourself with them.
Our other affiliate is BrockBlades.com. Ken Brock. Ken was a career law enforcement. Now he makes custom knives in the shop behind his house. And all of his blades are handcrafted, whereas all the Scallywag blades are fantastic blades. They're mass produced. They're beautiful blades and they're high quality. But every knife that Ken makes is handmade, and all are slightly different. You can order custom blades designed just the way you want them. But Ken makes freaking works of art, and they're not meant to be set on a shelf and looked at. Anybody you know in your life that's an outdoorsman or a first responder or a veteran would very much love a custom knife as a gift. So definitely check out BrockBlades.com. Use discount code Cryptid10 on your order for 10% off, and that does apply if you order a custom blade. This kind of brings us to the part of the show where we talk about some things that are very near and dear to us. It's the 22 a Day Foundation. We lose 22 veterans a day to suicide, and that is 22 too many. I've seen a lot of friends buried under that flag, and we lose just about as many first responders. If you look at an Officer Down Memorial page, odmp.com, you'll see the line of duty deaths each year, and it's a lot. And they even list when it's a non-line of duty death, if it's an officer suicide or things like that. ODMP will really kind of open your eyes, as will the Valhalla Project. we're proud to support the Valhalla Project because we want to see that 22 a day down to 0. Because 22 a day is entirely too many. So if you've got friends that are veterans or first responders, reach out and check on them. Keep an eye on them. They might be fighting battles that nobody's even aware of. So make sure you reach out and let them know you're thinking about them, because your contact might be what keeps them back off the edge. And we're losing too many. And we've been closing out the show with a toast, and the toast tonight is particularly poignant because we lost one of our own. We lost Toombs. Him and Ivy were our family here. Love them both. And Toombs' loss was extremely unexpected. We still don't even know what the cause was. Dedicate this show to him, and actually, pretty much all future shows. It was a punch in the gut when I got that phone call. Our heart goes out to Ivy and her family and Toombs' family, and we're praying for them. And if you know them and if you know them at all, or even if you only know them from the chat, keep that family in your prayers because they could use it. We don't know any more of the details yet. They're still waiting on the coroner's report, so we don't know exactly what happened. We just know he went to sleep and he didn't wake up, which is really bizarre because wasn't very old. We end the show with a toast, and the song is from an Irish drinking song called "The Parting Glass," which is traditionally played at the end of the night at an Irish pub. But when you look at the lyrics, it's talking more about just the last drink of the night. It's talking about lifting a glass to those who are no longer with us, and that nevermore has that been more important than it is right now, because we're lifting that glass for Tomb. We've all lost somebody. I know in all of our lives we've lost someone. 2023 sucked. It hit a lot of people hard in 2024 is starting off no different, and it was a very bad blow to lose Toombs. This Saturday's show will be dedicated to him. Basically, it's a tribute show. We're just going to be talking about him, talking about funny stories and saying our goodbyes. Because he lives in Australia, so none of us can go to the funeral. But it's hope you'll join us as we lift a glass and celebrate a damn good man, one who's going to be missed very deeply. But that'll be Saturday, so I hope you guys will join us then. But I'm going to lift my glass, and Robbie, hope you'll lift yours, and y'all out there, lift a glass with us for the final toast. But since it fell unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night, and joy be to you all. Good night.
Thank you for joining us. Catch us again Wednesdays and Saturdays on DAX Machina. A special thanks to all our channel members and Patreon supporters. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe.